Good morning for the next half hour. Hello everybody. Hope everyone had a very nice weekend. I just got back from a cottage trip to my friend's cottage. Had a really great weekend. Basically, imagine if it's just you, your friends, sitting by the lakeside, the side of the river, while you're getting sunburned because you didn't put on any sunscreen. And you're just knocking back beers and talking about nothing, and then sometimes watching the FIFA game. And occasionally a board game or two. 48 hours. 48 hours of day drinking. Day drinking, night drinking, evening drinking, dawn and dusk drinking, everything in between. Now that's the yearly cottage trip. I'll give a good morning / soon to be afternoon to MP Empechersk and the Great Goose and Khalib Al Sayed and King Love and Light. And who else do we have here? Luke 78776, of course. Goku Tricolor. Good morning / evening, everybody. That title is nowhere in the Bible. Yeah, but I feel like it should be, you know? I feel like it absolutely could be. Maybe they just didn't lock in hard enough, I think. Probably the biggest problem. Did I make a vid of EU5 about Kyiv? I need to make more EU5 videos about EU5. I haven't done that in a while, actually. In fact, the next video that's coming out isn't even EU5 either. I mean, there will be one soon. I've kind of just been dragging my heels because we do have to basically wait for the beta to come out of beta for it to be stable enough for me to want to make a video. So it's kind of just doing a lot of other things for the time being. So yeah, I know the last 3 videos have not been EU5. The next one won't be either, but maybe the one after that. I think they made a Bible with Gen Z slang. Now that's how, if you really want to get people into the church, that's how you got to do it. Okay, anyway, I have no idea where I'm going with this. We're gonna go ahead and boot up and discuss a little bit of this campaign that we've been playing over the past several weeks. I want to say about a month at this point. Because yeah, the beta did start at the end of last month / the start of this month, and it's already almost July. I can't believe it. It feels like it's kind of still March, maybe April. Haven't decided yet. But what do you know? Wednesday, I'm gonna take the day off for Canada Day. Actually, don't know how many people even get that off as a holiday. I'm just taking it off because I'm pretty sure my friends have it off. But anyway. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and... That's a lot of inflation. Okay, what was I doing in this campaign? So, we're trying to be the Imperial Circle leader. And we did actually manage to... that's not it. We did actually manage to take it back, I believe. Yes, I believe we have stolen our circle back from the Bank of Bardi, which for some reason was reigning supreme here. Now, the Hanseatic League is still actually in charge of this Imperial Circle. I imagine when we unpause, that might change. Because now, at least I'm pretty sure that was fixed in this most recent update. That was last Tuesday, I want to say. Now you need to actually be a landed country to become the leader of an Imperial Circle, which is a good change. Now maybe that's just because, or maybe that's just to become the leader. That's the case. Maybe they get to stay, but who knows. We're trying to stay as the circle leader here. We're going to vote as a block, basically vote against the interests of the HRE. We're not really HRE super fans. We don't care that much. I mean, it's nice that we get protection by the Emperor against, like, France if they try to kill us or anything like that. It's pretty much the only reason I'm still in here. Except that France has 472 people. This cannot be correct. I don't believe that, actually, so. But yeah, in theory, if France ever came knocking, we'd actually still be cooked, I'm pretty sure. I don't think we'd be able to do much, but at least in theory, we could maybe do something. Yeah, I don't care if the HRE loses, I just need Venice to lose. True. Venice is kind of losing as it is. Losing the trade war to me. Sorry, to us, chat. We are Genoa today. Yeah, I know I'm definitely not making that much income. Let's actually unpause a little bit and see where we're at with things. So I don't know if they changed any economic stuff either. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not making that much money, but I am making a lot. Venice is at 55 ducats of income. We are at 82. Those are rookie numbers. Gotta get those numbers up. We need to, at the very least, surpass France, I think. Personally speaking. Now, did they change any of these town rights? I don't think so. I don't know if I actually wanna hand them out. Not too sure about that. What do we even have in here? Harbor capacity increase, marketplace, building levels, sure. Do we even need that harbor capacity, though? Not really. We might end up revoking staple port at some point. Depending. Because 20% increased trade capacity, I feel like is probably a stronger buff than the 5 marketplaces and the 1 harbor capacity. Or sorry, the 0.5 harbor capacity. Unless it actually ticks above 100. Oh, you know what? Maybe that actually does go higher than that. It actually does overflow. Oh, okay. I've played this country before. I've played these games before. Alright, let's see if we can either I need to tick down Diplo spending or I need to improve relations with my subjects. With you and with you, I recently remembered that you can actually just transfer everybody's trade power to yourself. Kind of embarrassing that I forgot I could do that. The weird thing is that if I want to get my Fondaco rights, my subjects still do not. Well, sometimes they agree, but this guy didn't agree for a long time. Well, no, yeah, we still don't have them. They have it, actually. The reasons to accept are... Okay. It said positive, even though it had an X. Maybe it needs at least 1. That could be. Okay, well, whatever. I guess I could improve relations with them a little bit, maybe. But anyway. Hi, Annabelle. See, we're doing some... Some Venice ERP. We're doing some, the downfall of Venice fanfics. As if we're Byzantium. Oh, also, I am in charge of my circle. Hold on. You want... what? What does that actually do? Tooltips? Waiter, more tooltips, please. Because I would like to not have to check. What button is this? I don't even know what this does. You know what? Sure, have fun. I don't care. Sounds great, man. Okay, what I really do want to do is reform the circle coinage, because I just remembered that we are minting way too much money. Way too much. That is not good. Turn down. I'll keep the maintenance up because it's minimal and we get prestige for free. Other than that, I think my main game plan here, to catch everyone up on the actual plan, is that we're going to slowly expand in Italy, mostly up into like the, I think this is the Po Valley, maybe? Up into this area here, and maybe alongside the coast a little bit. But the main objective is actually just to do a ridiculous amount of trade. So we need to try and get people to like us, and or we need to carve out little trade colonies like we have in the Black Sea to try and set up trade posts and make a whole bunch of money. Now, being the circle leader doesn't really matter too much to us. We're just here to inhibit the ability for the HRE to centralize, and also for me to every now and then click this one button, because it reduces our inflation by a ridiculous amount. It's kind of all we exist to do here, as this Imperial Circle, as this leader. Now, we do still have the Guelphs and the Ghibellines. I don't really know what they changed here, because I think they did something in the last week. Don't remember what, though. They might have changed the... Might have changed the rewards, maybe? Okay. Here we go. So we do actually have, I think this is an additional benefit. The Ghibellines leader may request the Kingdom of Italy title from the Holy Roman Empire Emperor at reduced requirements for 10 years. We actually have the ability to ask for that as it is. Just so that I can actually see. Like, how do I ask the Kingdom of Italy? I'm not really too sure. Maybe I need to make a request to the Diet. Byzantium video helped me a lot for expanding quicker. That's good to hear. Every time someone tells me something like that, it makes me think, maybe I should go back to making a few guide videos. Just a few guide videos as a treat. Because they're not that hard to make. And they do alright, I just don't like to make them that much. Also, how is my antagonism? It's really not that bad. So I could, if I really wanted to, go ahead and invade this guy, right? I mean, we have a truce, so maybe not. What about Luca? You like me. You also have really strong backers. Everyone seems to be fairly strong in here. I don't like that. Yeah, Milan is much stronger than I am. I'd have to basically just hire infinite mercenaries and then I could beat Milan. But even if I did, what would I do? Integrate their territory? It's going to take me forever as it is with these. It's going to be another 23 years. That's going to be another 14 years. And then there's Pavia as well. Ooh, that's a new sound. Request military infrastructure and a financial grant. It's the Bank of Accioli. What do you need military infrastructure expansion for? You're a bank. You want a financial grant? We're already bailing out the banks? Are you broke or something? Like, we already need to bail them out. They need financial aid. Grant them a fifth of our yearly income. Absolutely not. A fifth of my income going straight to the bank. Provence wants financial grants. Is this gonna be like death by 1,000 cuts? Where everyone just demands something from me and I just can't give it to them because it'll bankrupt me? Is the bank still in charge? No, don't worry, rainy days. The bank is no longer in charge. We did manage to fix that. A fifth of my yearly income. I don't even like you that much. I'm gonna have to say no to a lot of these. The circle's not gonna like me very much, but I cannot afford to pay everybody a fifth of my income. That's just how it is. What I can do is set up more trade offices. Actually, what was the difference between a trade office and a fondaco again? 0.3 trade capacity to owner. Whoa. And a fondaco is 0.2, but it gives me more advantage. Okay, so I do obviously want advantage, but it's going to be a mix of things. I don't just want to build... Sorry, I had to clear my throat. I don't just want to build the fondacos because, you know, they don't really give me that much trade capacity. I think I was also briefly considering invading the Byzantines again. Maybe. Except I don't really have a CB on them. So maybe not. But I think I was at one point considering it. Anyway, yeah, we are looking to build a few more of the fondacos in places where we don't have them. So let me pull up my market. In terms of trade advantage, we would like to be first pretty much everywhere, I think. I think that would be really nice. Republic of Gazaria, who's in first place here? Trade advantage, the number one spot we have a minor tribe. Because of trade focus. What the hell is trade focus? How are they pulling this off? What mechanic is that? 50 trade advantage from trade focus. Chat, do you guys know what that modifier is? Temp bonus from an event. Oh, okay, okay. That makes more sense. Okay, so without them, we are in the first spot, I think. So what I'm really trying to do is sort of lock down the trade between our capital and the east. So the thing is, like, we are able to sort of trade a long distance, but like not super long. Constantinople is actually kind of a godsend for being able to get to more markets. Because we can access pretty much all the stuff over here to drag it to Constantinople, and then from there back to the capital. So it is really useful as an additional trade post. Which is why we should probably expand it more, to be honest. It is making us a lot of money, I'm not gonna lie. So let me see if maybe we can get some more of these trade offices around the Constantinople market. Then of course a few up here is also useful. And then I think I was also building a couple over in the west. I don't know how much money these are making me though. Also, we have 7th for our trade advantage. So maybe we go to France and we say, hey, can I please have my Fondaco rights? I would love to have Fondaco rights, thank you. Oh, hold on. We cannot build Fondacos in France. Now, why is that? Not even in Paris? That's because it needs to be within a naval range. Okay, that's a new one. Okay, I guess we'll have to build them around here, but that's not really in the market that I wanted, but... oh well, I guess. Besides, I could use more trade power in Barcelona anyway. But yeah, in terms of our actual ability to expand, we're a little bit cooked, maybe. We can take a little bit here and there, but not much. Like, maybe I could take something from Milan if I had enough mercenaries. It'd still be a tough fight. What am I researching right now? I don't even have armories yet. It's cooked. It is super cooked. Alright, the Imperial Diet. I can petition them for something. Request a vote on a policy. Request circle privilege. Privilege from the Empire or from the Emperor. 10 prestige. 2 satisfaction. And everybody... ooh. Everybody gets levy size, manpower, and tax efficiency. That would be pretty nice, actually. Ask your vassal for the scraps of the Theodosian walls and rebuild them on your border. I feel like they sold off all of the masonry from the walls, like they're just gone. We had to rebuild the city walls of Constantinople. Ooh, antagonism decay for 10 years. Oh yeah, can I go to the peasantry and ask for the stability thing again? Yup. I mean, you might as well always take it when you can. Well, I should probably want to invade some more people around here. This guy's gonna take forever to annex. What do I even attack here? You? Maybe? No, I really shouldn't invade countries that are part of my faction. Probably. How's Pavia not in my faction? I don't know. Maybe, this guy. Yeah, you're looking pretty invadable. Okay, so we don't have to worry about getting a CB. In terms of everything else, do I need more roads? Maybe. Maybe not. Kinda doing okay. I mean, we could get another road from here to here. Maybe it wouldn't be a terrible idea, like one from the capital to here as well. Just cuz. Conquer Crete and Cyprus for naval range. Well, we already have some decent naval range here. We have this. What we need is actually naval range in the west. I don't know who to take that from. Can I get like one treaty port from like Morocco? Can I take Gibraltar? It would be pretty funny to take Gibraltar. Haven't played in a while. Does France usually centralize that fast? They're not very centralized right now, to be honest. And in fact, England is just kind of carving them up into pieces. It's kind of weird. They seem to do pretty well. Okay, yeah, we'll pick this up. So where do we need roads? We need one into... I want to say one into here is probably not a bad idea. Just do that. Maybe get one here, just for fun. Maybe get... yeah, we'll get one here just because it's cheap enough right now. It's probably fine for now. The flag, I'm guessing you're playing Edward the First's England? Surely. Surely. France now seeks to make us a subject. Thank you, France. That's fantastic. That's what you love to hear. How are the ships doing? You guys are making maritime presence, right? Okay, not very well, but sort of. Just do this, actually. That's okay. Just do that for now. What does that do again? Court spending efficiency increase. Lose 5 satisfaction. Everyone hates us more. Maybe not a great idea. Still not entirely sure where the request kingdom title button is. I can petition the Diet. Request a circle privilege. I can do that again? Look, I just did that. Okay, let's check this out. What does that do? Okay. But I can't petition for my own thing. Maybe I can't request it because I'm not a kingdom. That could be. Have you played for or as Piedmont yet? I have not. We can actually form them though, can't we? Sardinia, Piedmont. No advances though. Interesting. Speaking of the Diet, secularized electorate, what does that do? When implemented, everyone dislikes Bohemia. What's the point of this? Secularization of the electorate. Traditional does nothing. Secularized makes everybody dislike Bohemia. Okay. Yeah, let's vote for everybody disliking Bohemia. I don't really know what else it does, so sure. Let's get everybody to dislike Bohemia, I guess. Also, I apologize, I am streaming today with my window open because it is ridiculously hot out, and my AC stopped working, and it has not been fixed yet, so if you hear anything, that's because I have to survive. From the name, you would think it disallows bishop electors. Maybe. Yeah, that could be. Now, do I want anything here? I don't really care if we centralize or not. I feel like my plan with Genoa was kind of playing centralized because I'm playing more so tall. Building a bunch of colonies, playing in a small area, you know, that kind of thing. Oh, also, wait a second, I have quite a few sailors. No, never mind, the galley barracks are still not working. Okay. Just thought I would check. But yeah, I was thinking I would play centralized, sitting here in Italy, and then have a few subjects that would handle my overseas territories for merchants. I know decentralization is best, but I kind of get bored of playing decentralization every single game, you know what I mean? Okay, I think we also want to start making barks at some point, probably. Well, maybe not yet, because we don't really get much of a benefit from our navy. It just kind of exists. That's whatever. It's kind of a shame that you can't really build that much and still have it be profitable. Like, we can't, I mean. We don't really have much to build. I think you need to import non-Christian slaves for those. Can't really import any slaves in this game. Seems the entire mechanic just isn't really functioning. The pop seems to be disconnected from the good itself, and so it's causing a bunch of issues. Like, even these slave markets aren't really producing slaves, I don't think. Yeah, there are none. None in here. They're producing the good. So, like, they're still producing 6.33 of the good per month. But in terms of actual pop, like, they don't produce them. And so because we need the pop, this building to function, we just can't actually get any. Venice joins the Ghibellines. What are they cooking? What are they cooking right now? Did you just take the Ghibelline leadership from me? No. No, that wouldn't make any sense. And yet... And yet they might have. Leader selection by score. In the lead is Venice. They might actually take it from me. Huh. Okay, so maybe I just need to invade more countries. Invade more countries and expand the tax base. Problem is, there really isn't much to build for the tax base. I make so much money off of trade, it's not even really worth building up the tax base. This is probably one of the main problems that led to the downfall of the Italian merchant republics. Corbett, you're making me want to play EU5, but then I look at the reviews and Reddit and I remember why I uninstalled. I'm sure you'll be back one day. I understand why though. It is sometimes tough. A tough play, I guess. Maybe even more interesting to watch than to play. Maybe. At least for now. Ooh. Yeah, I think I'll take this guy as the new Doge. Damn. The goat? What if he actually accidentally seizes power and becomes the king and then creates a dynasty? Wouldn't that be crazy? Wouldn't that be super crazy? Also, you do need to marry somebody. It's kind of difficult to become a monarchy, though. It's probably not going to happen. What we're saying is more interesting to watch than to play for views live is crazy. I said it could be. Although personally, I don't really watch many Paradox game videos these days. I prefer to make them. So I don't really know. Reddit is just never happy in general. I don't know, I think it depends. I think there are quite a few Paradox games where the Reddit is fairly happy. I feel like the EU4 Reddit is pretty happy with the state of EU4. I was talking with my friend about how EU4 kind of feels like the platonic form of a grand strategy game. Like, not to glaze too much, but it might actually be a perfect grand strategy game. Perfect in, like, the broad sense of it. I'm not gonna elevate these banks in the circle, but I will do it for Florence, I guess. Republic of Byzantium doesn't like me. I think you should fix that. Also, yeah, I guess we should actually go ahead and have a royal marriage. EU4 has Anbanar, true. What do you think about it? It's kind of crazy just how important the modding scene is to the longevity of Paradox games in general. Because between patches, when there's like really not that much going on, you kind of played the new content, kind of done everything, you know, you're on your 5,000th hour of the game. You're sitting there wondering like, what could I do at this point? I've done everything you can possibly imagine in the game. What could you do? And then like an angel descending from the sky, Anbanar reaches its hand out to you and grants you another 3,000 hours of playtime. Dude, they have so much trade power. Which markets are even super valuable? I don't know. Like, what's the value of Barcelona? 525? Kind of crazy how there's such a low market value in Egypt. I really would have thought that there would be a lot more. Like, only 500 in all of Egypt? Really? There's a lot in Paris, which is why I want to be in Paris so badly. Also why I want Fundaco rights in Paris. But I can't make them because I have no naval range. Well, maybe I do now. Hold on. So they just expand it. No, it's cooked. Okay. If only I could take something from somebody. If only I could figure out a way. Like, maybe I can block this strait in Morocco, land in southern Spain, and then just, like, take this area as a subject. Because I could really use that, to be honest. It'll probably make Castile hate me for the rest of all time. But, like, it's gotta be worth it, right? To expand my naval capacity. And besides, if I want to have a real colonial empire, I'm gonna need to make sure that my strait here can't be blockaded. Not that it actually can be, because EU5 does not consider that kind of thing, really, but... But I feel like I should do this, yeah. Is there any CB I can use? No. Lovely. Okay, so we're gonna have to wait for a parliament for that, maybe. If only there was a very convenient rocky peninsula somewhere. If only. Really don't like that Venice has become the leader of the Ghibellines. It's very cursed. That's supposed to be me. You can't do that. Why are you in the lead, by the way? Because you have 0.6 more score than I do. No, it's not score. Which remember has the highest score based on the organization's own criteria. Okay, so what's the criteria? Tax-based contribution? Is that why? I think that's why we need to kill Venice. I think that's, yeah, I think that's reasonable. Financial grant? I can't keep just paying people money. Have you played CK3 and Benar yet, Corbett? I actually haven't. I didn't even know that that was something that it was out yet. Arma, you know what? How bad is this? Oof, that's so much money. That is not a fifth of my yearly income. There's no way. That's so much. People really do like to ask you for things when you're the leader of a circle. They really like asking you for things. Man, this guy sucks at his job, but he is gonna have to be in charge. This guy, he's a little bit dumb, unfortunately, but we do need the crown power. In fact, we might even make him the prime minister. How profitable is it? Profitable is salt as a resource in the game? I mean, it's alright. It usually does pretty well. It's not crazy, but it's not bad. Wondering what the most profitable market is. See, the weird thing is that the most profitable trade we have is directly from Egypt. Like, so much of it is just Egypt. And yet I can't imagine what's making that much money. I mean, they don't have that much. 544 market value? Well, I guess they are trading things in from other places, you know? Like, their exports are kind of whatever. They have some sugar, some other things. But I think they import a lot. Like, they import a lot of saffron. They're importing pepper. That makes sense. Yeah, maybe they're just importing a lot of stuff that we also get to import from them. That could be. How does trade even work? You didn't hear this from me, but I don't think anybody knows. I don't really know myself, to be honest. You have the trade power, you automatically set it up to do trades for you, because doing it manually is extremely painful, and I would not wish that on anybody. Whoa, this is new. Okay, well yeah, trade is automated. Okay, so it's kind of like, okay, yeah. You can have it kind of managed through this, or if you just set it up through your other menus. And then yeah, so you're gonna turn this on because doing it manually is extremely tedious. And basically, you just build a whole bunch of trade capacity. Trade capacity and trade advantage are the two things that you're really looking for. Trying to figure out, do I want to build more cities in Italy, and then in that case, then I can get more trade, or do I want to just keep on building trade offices? That is the question. I could get more trade back home. I mean, I could give this, I could give it a market charter. I could make it a staple port. Well, in that case, I probably won't do this, because that's mostly for market access, and we just don't need it here. But we could definitely give it... Stable port's not a terrible idea. It's really not that bad. Maybe I will just give it stable port. Generally, EU5 is about turning on automation and praying. Not really. I mean, you turn on automation because if you want to do manual trading, you can, but it's just not ideal. Like, it'll just take up too much time. You can somewhat predict reliably how much money you're gonna make just by way of looking at like the markets and like the markets access or whatever it's called, the advantage. So you make a little bit of money in one market and you're like, if I expand my trade network in this market, I can expect that it's going to increase my trade by at least a decent amount. You turn on automation, but you do have to be pretty involved in it. Like, I'm still gonna build these fundacos, for example. Because I can expect that if it gives me more trade advantage, then that means that I can pick up the more valuable trades in Barcelona. Like, I can steal those out from other countries. I'm gonna stop elevating countries. It feels like I'm handing out way too many privileges. How do you choose which market you should have presence in, aside from the main one, and when do you make your own market and when do you not? It would take a lot of time to, I think, explain that fully, But at the very least, like choosing markets to have presence in is kind of how wealthy do you think a market is going to be? And a lot of that is definitely vibes based. Some of that is like trial and error, so you look at your trade income and you're like, we're actually making a lot from trading with Alexandria. Interesting. Maybe we should expand this more. Right? Like, it's kind of vibes based in a way like that. Like, oh, the trade seems to be very profitable between these two regions. Oh, Egypt was pretty profitable, historically speaking. It was pretty rich. This area, Anatolia and Greece, they were pretty rich during this time period to a degree. Maybe I should trade more in here. So it's kind of vibes based a lot of the time. Like, you know that you're going to want to get more trade towards the east because you just know that Asia was super rich and you want to get money in Asia. Yeah, so that's basically trying to get capacity, figuring out what to get capacity in. And then there's just the actual trade advantage, which is more so about stacking up your trade advantage like this to make sure that you get to be one of the guys making the profitable trades. I think I need to gatekeep more. And then every now and then just hand out a grant. There you go, everybody. Have fun. Also, why is my subject not in the Ghibellines? How are you not in the Ghibellines? I don't know. Well, I guess it is what it is. And then, I guess in terms of trying to figure out when you should have your own market and when you shouldn't, it's kind of like, do you feel like you could become a hegemonic force in the market that you're in right now? Like, if you made another market, would it benefit you? If you're like 3 locations in the middle of Germany, I'd say maybe not the move. Well, maybe. Because you do actually kind of want to always have your own market, like one that's on your capital. Because you can make a bunch of capital market buildings and it's like super useful for your capital as a city. But whether or not you make one, or you steal one, I guess is the question. Because you kind of always want to have your own market. But super early game, you can benefit from being in someone else's market fine enough. But if you can take one, and that's pretty much the most ideal situation, because it means you're not adding more markets. But if you find that you're not going to be able to take one, then making your own is fine as well. Market access in your capital would be the main thing. It is one of the things, but it's not necessarily like the main thing. Well, it can be. If it's super, super low, then yeah, make your own market. If it's not that low, you still kind of want to have your own market, but it doesn't matter as much. Yeah, I feel like I should probably urbanize more. Masonry is crazy expensive. Damn. Yeah, building a town is super expensive. Because masonry is expensive. How is masonry expensive? In what universe? Okay. What do I do about that? There's some stone in here. What am I not going to turn into a town? Probably Tortona. Because dyes are worth a lot. So I'll probably keep this. Oh, when will that be done? In 2 years? Okay. Yeah, I think since I'm not going to turn this into a town, probably we can just have these people do masonry. Dyes and masonry. Which also means that you don't really need to have that, actually. And you probably don't need these either, but for now, masonry. Might even get rid of one of these. Maybe. Everybody always asking me for money. I wish they would kind of not do that. It's very frequent. It's getting a little bit annoying. Ghibelline's weakened. How could this be? Also, Venice is developing way faster than they should be. Dude, they make so much money. The 30% local glass output? There's no way this is intentional, right? Like the two modifiers giving them 30% glass output? Because that is actually absurd production efficiency. Invade them? Wish I could, but they're a little bit scary to invade, I won't lie. Maybe I need to pick up an alliance. How about you? Do you have any money? 3,000 troops. I mean, it's something. The downside of making your own market is losing access to RGOs on the far side of the parent market. Yep, I mean, I suppose that's also true. It does limit the RGOs, well, actually all of the productive output that you have access to. But otherwise, yeah, like, you're probably fine. French alliance? I don't know if the French are allying me. Everybody thinks I'm too weak. Nobody respects me. Florence. Actually, not a bad idea. They like me, they're relatively rich. They have, I think these are mercenaries. They do make a lot of money. Maybe we'll go with Florence for now. It's not really so much about beating up Venice either. It's kind of like, I need them to help me fight Milan or something. Allied to enemy? Say it ain't so. Really? No, you're not. I mean, we're in the same faction. Wait, you're not even in the same faction. What do you mean allied to enemy? You're not allied to Milan. I checked. Okay, whatever. Okay, now I would like to actually pick up a CB. Am I going to A, invade the Byzantine Empire again? Or B, use it to invade some country in the HRE? Let's be honest, it's probably going to be Verona. Not exactly my finest of ideas. We could actually go after this guy. What faction are you in? The Guelphs, you say? Very interesting. And you would probably give me mill access. I should invade Lucca, I think. Or I should... Actually, I should attack this guy. In 4 years. To be at war with Milan. To try and kill Milan. Maybe with Florence? Maybe? I'll probably beat up Florence once I actually have armories. It's a pretty big thing, actually. So maybe not yet. Maybe we go after Byzantium. What do you think, chat? Just one more trip to Byzantium. One last trip, I swear, bro. Just one more. Just one more. Give my merchant republics a little bit of room to breathe. Or I could use that CB to try and take something in a new market. I don't know which market, but some market. I think I did say I wanted to take some stuff over here from Morocco. Because what are they gonna do? They gonna land troops? I don't think so. Take a little piece of southern Spain. Make it a new trading colony. I do like that idea. Problem is, it doesn't contribute to my tax base. But you know what? That's fine. I'll do it anyway. How many ships am I gonna have here? 13 galleys, 3 cogs. Morocco doesn't really have ships, so they can't cross over. I think we're going to have enough naval levies to transport an entire army, so I think so long as we can get over here, blockade this area, and just siege it, we should be able to hold on to it, I think. Because it would be ideal if we could control pretty much every single strait in the Mediterranean. Expanding shipbuilding capacities or facilities would be kind of nice. So they wouldn't really do much either. I do like promote integration process, but I need to be a little bit more evil. Yeah, we're gonna do this. We're gonna use that to fabricate our CB on Morocco for this. I'm gonna save in case I mess up somehow, but I don't think I will. We go to Morocco, we declare war for our claims. Do I call in Florence? It doesn't really matter. And then we want to raise our army. Not the one over here. Not that one. The title is a sin? What do you mean? I think it's very descriptive. Just one more crusade to Constantinople. Just one more. I like how it says misdirected focus, and then you look at the artwork and it's the Theodosian walls. I think these are the Theodosian walls. They look like it to me. Alliance from Parma, that's okay. But maybe I do ally this guy too. I feel like I chronically under-ally in these games. Ooh, we're starving today. Let's go. Actually, can you deliver some food to them, please? Thank you. I think I need 5 more Republican tradition to pull off that one thing again. Reform coinage. Yeah, we need 95. I guess that kind of makes sense. Makes it a little bit harder, because it was a little bit too easy. Okay, we should have it, I think. Don't think Morocco's gonna be able to fight this. Financial grants. Everybody wants financial grants. I can't just pay everybody all of my money. I can't do it. Contrary to popular belief, I don't actually have infinite money. May take some time to convince Morocco that this should be mine, but I can wait. I can be patient. What are they gonna do? Landmen? I don't think so. Oh yeah, how's that masonry going? Not even full employment. What? Yeah, it's still ridiculously expensive to build anything. Who's eating all of the masonry? Who's eating all the rocks right now? Genuinely, what are we doing? The granaries are just a black hole of masonry. They just consume masonry on a scale never before seen. Our top scientists can't quite figure out where all the masonry is going, but we do know that it's going to the granaries. We just can't figure out why. Because genuinely, that's crazy expensive. Like, who has all these granaries? I have like 7 of them. Do you have a billion granaries? No. Who's out here building 27 granaries and causing a massive shortage? You. You with your 11 granaries. We've discovered the culprits. 11 granaries in Pisa. 11 granaries in Lucca. 13 in Florence. And here I am, slaving away to try and get a scrap of masonry. Aren't masonries one of those few buildings in EU5 that just like don't really get buffs? Like, do we have a masonry 2.0? Is that a thing? Do we get like brickyards? I feel like they don't get upgraded. Just gotta cope with them until the end of the game, but it's just, I just don't have enough masonry. I need more. I don't want to keep on spending money. It's such a vicious cycle too, because you spend money on masonry to expand masonry, and then everybody else in your market looks at that and you know, they say, "Ooh, more masonry. It's cheaper. Oh boy, I can't wait to build 17 more granaries with this cheaper masonry." And meanwhile, you're out of money because you keep on building masonry, and it's not that profitable. But there is a lot of demand. Oh boy, masonry on the cheap? Can't wait to build more granaries. If you can't beat them, join them, I guess. I'm gonna build 17 granaries in my capital. Should also build one of these, probably. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna build some granaries. If we're gonna be that way about the masonry, I mean that's just how it is. Okay, Morocco's not gonna back down on this for a while, so I'm just gonna send the army back home a little bit. Because they might land, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really feel like they're going to. Okay, so the army's back home. We want to declare war on this guy too. We can't, because you can't declare a war when you have levies raised. Okay, and then you can declare a war, but you can't because I have levies raised. Oh, right, naval levies. Yup. Uh-huh. Okay. And then we do that. And then we raise the levies. There's some places to get masonry buffs, but not by themselves. Huge. I think it's probably you get a 20% masonry production bonus. It's actually incredibly useful. Because it is a pretty big bottleneck in the game. Like, you just need masonry. And a lot of it. Are you happy with the direction the game's development has gone so far? Would you recommend people getting back into it? I think it's definitely an improvement, but there are so many things that I would still like to see improved upon and fixed. That, like, for me personally, there are so many non-negotiables before I consider the game to be good that are not yet fulfilled. And one of those is, like, being able to play colonial gameplay in a way that feels really satisfying because you have functioning trade companies, and, you know, it feels like meaningful gameplay to try and interact with the systems that try to simulate New World trade and expansion and colonization. And I feel like you're missing something fundamental when you don't have those yet. So, I like the direction the game's going in. I'm kind of like on the fence about whether or not I would recommend people get back into it. Like, your tolerance for random annoying things happening doesn't need to be as high as it used to be to actually enjoy the game. But you'll still find that some things just don't work the way that they should. I guess like the three things that they would have to fix before I would say that I really enjoy the game would have to be like the first thing that they'd have to fix is probably one, exploration is just incredibly tedious. It's such a core part of the game for a lot of like the, what would you call them, like the big name countries. Like, you know, you have like the big three or the big four in the West: England, France, Castiles, Portugal, and you want to play those, and you know their whole deal is the colonial game, but then you play the colonial game and it just feels a little bit lackluster. So colonization and, well, exploration needs to be less tedious, I think. Probably better balanced in terms of cost, plus the amount of territory revealed, which I think they're going to do in the next year or so. And then there's... I would like to see colonization reworked as well. Like, the whole creating charters thing is a good start, but I would like to see it improved a little bit more. I would just like colonization to be a little more interactive, actually. Like, you have to deal with the SOPs as well. I would like that, but that's just kind of, maybe, that's a me thing. One of the big things that's kind of crucial in this game not being great so far is that there's absolutely no interaction, or it doesn't seem like the triangle trade functions, pretty much. Like, I just don't think that the slave trade works, and I don't think the economic incentives from trade and setting up colonies works. So that entire simulation of the colonization of the New World and the triangle trade and the way that shifts pops and demographics and all that stuff just doesn't function at all. Or the very least, like, it seems weirdly disconnected. Maybe there's like a bug that's disconnecting the pops from the actual good, which is causing the rest of the system to fall apart. But without that very key fundamental aspect of colonization, then you don't really get that whole part of the simulation. Next year? Like, within the next year. They have a roadmap. It might be within the next few months. Markets should be better where I can embargo certain goods from leaving my market. I think as far as embargoes go, right now you can only embargo other countries from markets. It's kind of weird. Like, how do I look at this? If we do this... maybe that's just the full embargo. Maybe that's just like the regular interaction. Yeah, that could be. Getting colonies to do anything you want is downright impossible. It's a little bit unwieldy. How much AE is this? That is a decent bit, but it's really not that bad. I might take all of this, because I don't know how many of these CBs I'm actually going to get here. Because everybody else is kind of in my... my faction here, so... I might just take all of these. Not really sure what I'm going to do in terms of integrating that territory, but I'll just start with this. Yeah, people are fine with that. Okay. So I could keep this. I wouldn't have the best access, and it would also kind of take a while to actually integrate. Remember, because we are a merchant republic, we have a 25% debuff to integrating territory. Really kind of cripples our early game, I can't lie. I don't know, maybe I'll release another subject and give them some territory. Because it's still a ways out before I can actually start integrating any of that. Although there might be passive integration, isn't there? Like a very small amount? It'll take forever, but maybe holding on to this isn't so bad. We just have really bad cultural tradition differences as well. We're gonna have to fix that. Maybe also be nicer to the rest of the Italians. That could be. Like maybe Piedmontese. Maybe we should actually try to be nice to them. Corsica, we could actually go ahead and decide to accept the culture. Probably not a bad idea, because I'm pretty sure there were some problems in Corsica. And it would be nice to get a little bit of that additional control. But yeah, you know what? I think I should keep the tax base, because I'm gonna need it for the Guelphs and Ghibellines to become the leader again. I have 4% of the tax base share. I'm being outcompeted by Milan. How am I actually falling apart here? We're falling behind. I don't really know. How am I falling behind? What even is your tax base? Minus 73. $97. You have to do something about that. Getting colonies to do anything you want is downright impossible. I'd have read that one actually, but I wanted to add to it. It's not just like getting them to do what you want, but also I think one of the weirdest, I don't know if it's still this way, but one of the weirdest things is that if you want to change your subject's capital, it uses your capital change cost. Like it uses your move capital cost. And maybe it doesn't anymore, but it seemed to be the case for quite some time that you would have to pay your full move capital cost to move your subject's capital. Which of course, you know, kind of makes it meaningless in the late game. Meaningless in like the mid to late game. Early game is like a maybe. But I think ultimately the cost should just be whatever it is for your colony. Because I don't really want to set up a colony and then have to spend like 70 years of its entire GDP moving its capital. If cultures like each other enough, you do get passive integration? Oh, is that how that works? If they like each other enough. If my cultural influence is high enough and... Well, yeah, we get a basic passive integration. But I don't think it's how much they like us. I mean, that's just the modifier on top. It's not really about liking us either. It's more so, I guess, about our power, our cultural influence. Speaking of which, did I pick up libraries and that kind of thing yet? Universities? I have not, okay. I should pick up universities and libraries. I cannot build any more. Well, I can build one. Also, how's the circle feeling these days? What are we voting on? Institute de Landvrede. Yeah, sure. Seems like everybody wants it anyway, so... Should probably build a canal in the capital. Alright, and we can also reform the coinage. I think what I'll do is bump up minting a little bit first. Just so that that actually does something. And then, yeah, we have to do some things. Demand circle loyalty, they don't like that. Reform circle coinage. I mean, it does make everybody happy. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, yes, Florence elevated, sure, that's fine. For Gels and Ghibellines, it's impossible to win. If you start winning, the other ones join the other faction. I mean, we are making some decent progress on this. I think they also wanted to make it easier to actually finish. And it's been like 40 years into the game, and we're about halfway done. Didn't they make it so that this lasts until like 1550 or something? What are the ending conditions? If neither faction reaches 100% before the Age of Discovery. I think they increased the window for that, though. Didn't they make it like 1450 or something? Or maybe they're planning to. Maybe that'll be tomorrow. Anyway, I just need to keep on improving relations with countries so that I can build more of these trade posts. Trading posts. Come on, Morocco, it can't be that important. It can't be worth all that. Come on, it's not that much. Yeah, do they really think they'll be able to take this? Just takes them some time to figure out, like, oh, actually we have no navy and there's no way we're going to be able to take this back. Then I want to build a spinning guild in here because we actually have wool. Yeah, we're gonna have this work on making more cloth. So I do need to bump up the actual GDP back home. The actual tax base. Who are these guys? Right, you're just not integrated. That makes sense. Yeah, I really need to pick up universities. That's what I need. Because right now, I think the biggest problem is mostly that our cultural influence sucks. Like, it's just really bad. So yes, I do want armories so I can continue expanding, and obviously I want everything. I have infinite greed for all of these techs. I want as many of these as I can pick up. But right now, what I should probably get after armories, so I can have an actual army, is going to be... it's gonna be... probably universities. Hi MCA, do you really care for armories? You're Italian, just get mercs? Are they really that cheap for me though? Like if I wanted to get more mercs, you know what, it probably would be cheaper. You actually do make a really good point. Which is that, one, most of our projection comes from Navy. And two, we don't fight wars frequently enough to justify having a professional standing army. I'm guessing you're going to be throttled by manpower for quite a while. That is true. Like, one of my main concerns is that I only have 2 heavy cavalry in my main army. When I look around and I see Milan has... okay, they're not that much better than me. So, there's that, I guess. But a lot of other countries do have larger standing armies. So at the very least, I feel like I should match them. Because I could hire mercenaries, but I don't know. Maybe I don't fight wars frequently enough to care. Hey MCA, how's it going? And Taciturn. I do like my hat quite a bit. You know what I forgot though? I forgot the mustache for the hat to go along with the hat. There we go. I think that's peak. Bro greeted me twice. Sometimes I'm thinking too much about like what I'm doing in the game. It's actually like the majority of the time when I'm speaking on stream while I'm playing a grand strategy game, about 70% of my brain power is dedicated towards the game and the other 30% is towards chat. So if I greet somebody twice, it is precisely because of that. I'm allocating too much of my thought processes to the game itself. What a shame. No more trade offices out in the east. Gonna have to settle for Paris. Cringe Paris. I thought art schools gave cultural influence as well. Is that wrong? Maybe they do, but I don't think it's much, because you only get to build one, right? I think they mostly improve the actual art. They build one, they give you a little bit of influence, yeah, it's not much though. I think it's less than a university. Well yeah, a university gives 0.5 versus 0.1 from an art school. You should still build one. It's like it's still important. It's just not quite the priority. Speaking of priorities, I don't think we want to pick up the armory right now. I think what I do want to pick up is all these. So we're just going to go ahead and actually remove these from the queue. Orbit, why are you LARPing as European without AC and 40 degrees Celsius? Because my AC broke. It's been broken for like a week. And the AC technician came around. I think he flushed the coolant or something. And it actually still doesn't work. Apparently the entire system might need to be replaced. Isn't that fun? So I hope you guys can't actually hear it, but I do have a fan on my desk. It is very hot in my office. Why would you need AC? Waste of money? Not a waste of money for me, because I prefer to keep my window and door closed to reduce the noise pollution that can enter into my microphone, so you get that clean, crispy audio. So, having a fan on, I think most of the time is audible, and I don't like that. So having the AC is better because it means I get my clean, crispy audio, and I get to be cool in my office. And I'm willing to pay for it, because it's really not that much. Okay, Morocco, please, 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 man, can I please just have this? Like, what are you even upset about? Please, bro. Please, bro, I need this. Why are my subjects trying to land in Morocco? Alright, whatever. Is the capacitor out? I replaced the capacitor in my parents' unit myself. There's a leak in the coils though, you're screwed. I genuinely do not know what's wrong with it. It's also not mine, it's my landlord's, so... I think it's kind of like a him problem. He has to figure out what's wrong with it. Stream from the fridge? I actually should, maybe that's what I should do. I'll open up my mini fridge. Open up the freezer of my mini fridge and just like let that cool air waft into my office. Although you'd think maybe it would balance itself out, right? Also, thank you very much, Subject, for losing a battle, therefore crippling my war score. It's actually super useful. I'm so glad that I have subjects, and that they're willing to go die and lose war score for me. So glad to have these guys. Please, man. Please just let me have this. Just one little colony. Please, bro. One colony, I promise. I promise, bro. I won't even make a second one. Just one colony. Okay, we're at max ticking. We can't do anything else. My subject did kind of mess it up. No way, man. I might actually just take this. Because I can't actually land in Morocco. I can't enforce anything more than this. Unless I can land my army and just take this. Maybe? But there are 22,000 troops to worry about. I think we're just gonna have to cut our losses and take a very small sliver of territory, which sucks. And then we'll have to come back for the rest of this. Tragic, we didn't even get a town. It's over. Well, it did expand my naval capacity. Naval range, maybe. Can I build these? I can build some Fundacos. But I guess my naval range expires over here. Build a few, though. We don't need them in here. That's in Genoa. These modern technologies made you weak. We have nice historic buildings and die in a heat wave. Let's go! Only reduce Diplo spending a little bit. Also, I feel like taxes could be higher. Doesn't really do much though, you know what? That's fine. Also need to revoke some privileges. Like, some of you are too happy. Like the burgers' land rights, some of you are too comfortable. I need to get rid of some of your rights. Except that they're not even that bad. I just need more power. 105 stability. You gotta be out of your mind. What if I go to the commoners and I say, hey, please, more stability? Please, commoners? Please, more stability, commoners? Thank you. And maybe I also need to pick up another one of these parliament things. Kinda hoping I can get that crown power one that lets me revoke privileges for cheaper. Oh yeah, this is why I have the spending up. Okay, what am I gonna do about Milan? They keep on getting more troops. Where are you getting these levies from? From people who actually want to fight for Milan? Preposterous. Actually, what's your population? 618,000. How do you have so many more levies than I do? Wait a minute, genuinely, where do you get these from? How do you have more levies? Because you have common militias and local army organization. I do not have local army organization. I am a merchant republic and a compagnia communis. Which basically means we need mercenaries to fight Milan. That's what it means. Also, we can annex you, kind of. It'll take a while. Do we still have the base cost? Yeah, 200 as the base cost still. But I'm seeing that there might have been a little change to the cities versus rural settlements. Because I could have sworn that cities would increase the cost, but it looks like it's not doing that. Like it's the same as one rural settlement. And given that we now have a base cost, I think I'm kind of okay with that. Maybe. I'd have to think about it, actually. Maybe the way that it should work is like... maybe there should be a base cost, and the locations don't matter until they exceed the base cost, at which they actually replace the base cost. Let me know if that sounds stupid. Because it means that small subjects, you can expect they're all going to have like the same cost. Like, oh, you have 3 locations versus 7 locations, it'll still cost you 200 at the base cost. But then once you have like 12 locations, then it replaces the base cost with the number of locations. Because then at that point, it'll be like 240 the 12 locations. Maybe. Oh, maybe when I can't do math, you're right. Cities are 20, rural settlements are 10. Okay, yeah, I could have sworn cities were a lot more, though, I guess was more so my point. Could you explain Europe geopolitics for someone who only plays Anbanar? Yeah, so basically you have the 100 Years' War between England and France. They're trying to see who's the real king of France. Spoiler, it's probably going to be the guy sitting in France. And then... we don't have Hassitism yet. That'll be interesting when we get there. And then the HRE is trying to exist and not get eaten by France. Or Poland. Or Hungary. Varying degrees of success there. Castile, they just really hate Aragon, I think. That's kind of their main deal. They haven't even taken Granada, but they will destroy Aragon with every possible opportunity. Now let me explain the intricacies of 14th century Italian city-state politics. So Hasidism is Coronite? Not quite, that'll come later, that'll be the Protestants. If your economic base and wealth base are close together, that's a healthy economy, right? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of ideal for your tax base to get close to your wealth. Because wealth is from your locations, so if your tax base is close to your wealth, then you're collecting most of the potential wealth in your country. But economic base is like a little different because it's also from subjects. Like, your economic base can far exceed your wealth if you have a lot of subjects. Am I really making that much off the trade with Paris? Not really. There's so much trade with Alexandria. I need more of that Egypt trade. Salivating at the prospect of having more trade with Egypt. I need more. I need to figure out how to trade with Egypt more, because they hate me. They actually don't hate me. But the window to be able to actually trade or build trade offices is very, very slim. What do I do here? Do I take Cyprus? Maybe. That's kind of the Venice strat, to be honest. And some small undefended islands out in the middle of the Mediterranean, use them as trade outposts. The display tends to not be right, so they might hate you way more. Let's go. Okay, my circle is not particularly happy with me, so I think we're gonna go ahead and give them a little grant. Why is everybody so upset at me? I think it's because you kind of need to elevate a country every now and then. Like, you just have to, because it'll come off cooldown and everybody's going to ask you. So if you say no to everybody, it's infinite destruction to your satisfaction. But if you say yes to one guy every couple of years, then you can stave that off a little bit. I think I can also go to the Emperor and ask for stuff. Hello, can I request a circle privilege, please? Thank you. I'm just going to be stacking up the capital with infinite buildings. Really hoping that'll be enough to make sure that I can become the new leader, or I guess the new, again, leader of the Ghibellines. Because I don't like that Venice has it. It makes me insecure, actually. Especially since I'm actually making so much more money than they are. Like, look at that. We're making double the income of Venice. Yet they have the gall, the brass, to try and proclaim leadership of the Ghibellines in my good Holy Roman Italy. That's messed up. Request circle privilege is no cooldown, so you can do that each month. I feel like that's significantly abusing this system. Like, I could, I guess, but at what point does it just not make it more interesting? Like, maybe I just shouldn't do that. We asked ourselves if we could, but never stopped to ask if we should. Oh, also, did they do that naval rework yet? Where heavy ships and galleys actually have meaningful differences in places for you to use them? I'm pretty sure the Mediterranean strat for a while was just build infinite heavies, which was kind of the strategy for every country in the game, actually. Think they did the navy work? No way, no idea if it worked though. I guess we'll find out, because I'm just going to be galley maxing. I'll build a few barks. Like, we're just gonna build a lot of galleys, too. The thing is, ships are also just really expensive now. Which does make sense. Just takes a lot longer to get them online. Okay, masonry's a little bit cheaper now, so I was slightly successful in my endeavors, but the thing is, I want to save some money for universities. I probably want to wait until I pick up that one advance as well. Like, before I build more cities, I think I should try to make them 10% cheaper, because that's kind of a meaningful amount. On narrow sea tiles, galleys are actually good now, but for most of the Mediterranean, it's still heavies. So like in these ones? I should be able to check that. Maybe I can't check that. You got galley combat ability too. Oh, here we go. Galleys, inland sea plus 25%, narrows plus 50%, ocean minus 50%. Okay, and heavy ships, surely they have a penalty for inland sea, right? Maybe they don't. Heavy ships. They do have a minus 25% in inland sea and minus 40% in narrows. Given the costs, I'm sure the meta is going to be somewhere around having like a handful of heavies and many galleys when you're playing in the Mediterranean. And then late game is probably just going to be heavies. Alright, yeah, you guys want financial grants. Everybody wants financial grants. Alright, you know what? Florence, have at it. There you go, have half of my total treasury, why don't you? Being the leader of an imperial circle, sometimes a little bit more hassle than it's worth. Sometimes. Oh shoot, the Ottomans have taken this part. Oh man. What if I take it from the Ottomans? Maybe I need to kick them in the shins a little bit. Also, are you rebuilding the walls of the Theodosian walls? That's super funny. Because I could maybe blockade this. What kind of ships do you have? 11 galleys, 1 transport. Ooh, they do have the good galleys. I mean, mine are also pretty good, though. But I feel like we could blockade this and then just, like, take this part from the Ottomans. I don't really like the idea of them expanding around us until our subject basically becomes the actual Byzantine Empire in our timeline. Where the Ottomans just own the Balkans, and then there's just, like, this little bit left. I don't want that. So we might need to show them what's up. Re-entering EU5, I'll probably play Pope. Should I set missions on or off? I actually forgot there were missions in this game. You can pretty safely turn them off. I think they're just tutorial missions. So they don't really do much, I think. It's better to just build towns and docks / harbors, etc. I mean, we do want to build towns at some point. But not yet. Would be really nice to bolster the government, actually. 20% crown power for 10 years? Mostly because I want to take stuff from the burghers. Can I negotiate with you? Not really. I'll revoke stuff later, it's fine for now. Not gonna lie, it might be a tough war. Because I am gonna have to be on the ball, making sure that we block off both of these straits. It's a little bit tough to do. How good are your galleys? Nine cannons, 1 combat speed, 7 hull. So we do have better cannons, and we have combat ability. I think I will go after the Ottomans. Let me take the rest of Byzantium. Gotta put them in their place a little bit. No, I'll go after the Dardanelles just in case. I can't really take that much. Okay, how long until those galleys are actually made? One year, okay. So in 1 year, we're gonna go ahead and attack the Ottomans. Ooh, we have patriots. We have a few uprisings. And you're upset mostly because you're conquered, and that's it. Okay, so I can't really help you here. Also, the commoners are upset, that's true. The commoners, do you want bribery? I'll bribe you. Maybe I won't, that's expensive. Should pick something up here though. Why I meant that much? Because it's free. For now, at least. Okay, you know what? Maybe I should pick up Harbor Administration, and then I can start doing more with that. Or Trade Office Network. Because the thing is, Harbor Administration is cool. But we aren't really expanding like a naval empire that actually owns territory in a contiguous fashion. Like a naval governor would only help me, I guess, a little bit if I decide to integrate my subject republic. But I don't know if I really want to right now. Probably would be beneficial to integrate them. But it would also take absolutely forever. Why is that? Till 1515. Okay, so maybe that's not going to happen. Let's integrate this guy. I mean, that could happen, I suppose. But I like having money. I like having a lot of money. So, I think what I would like to do is get a trade office network for 40% foreign buildings construction efficiency and 15% trade advantage. Also get the Diarchy Republic. A lot of stability decay, but it does give us a lot of trade capacity. I'm pretty sure we spent a long time trying to get rid of the Diarchy Republic, actually, but bringing it back would be super funny. The Great and Minor Councils of Genoa does seem pretty decent once we have enough crown power, because this is huge. This much state satisfaction equilibrium is massive for allowing us to take stuff away from the estates. But for now, I want to continue expanding my trade network. So unless we have something better than that, which I don't think we do. I think one of these days I would like to play a playstyle that's just completely not the meta. Like something entirely different, just for fun. Like, what is Tyranny of the Capital? I don't know. Sounds interesting, though. Rural Oligarchy? Like, doesn't this stuff actually sound pretty interesting? But all of it requires you going 50 towards something, which is kind of difficult. So many of these things that I would just never end up picking up. Like, am I ever going to get planned storage system? Probably not, but doesn't it look neat? Quantity serfdom? I feel like a lot of these unintuitive ones would be really good for a Russia campaign. I feel like picking up planned storage system and going super deep into serfdom and traditional economy would actually make for a really fun Russia campaign. Gives you access to the grain house, which is a lot more local food capacity. Anyway, how about we go ahead and pick up what we were here for, the foreign buildings construction efficiency, and then at some point we'll pick up harbor administration as well. And then this rebellion should pop up pretty soon. Won't be too difficult to deal with that. Okay, this is why you always keep your Republican tradition ticking down at least a little bit. So you do get a lot of events that bump it up for free. Also, someone asked about the inflation reduction. That's just a temporary thing from being the leader of the circle. You can do this every like 10 years. There's an EU5 streamer who's doing a Lithuania game around planned storage system. I feel like it would be really good for very wide countries. Like Russia, yeah, like it would be really good for that, I think. I think really big countries with a lot of population, you can reasonably play a really solid traditionalist game for most of the campaign. Mamluks as well, for sure. Alright, gotta give somebody elevation. Lawrence, there you go. Oh, what do you know? We rule wisely. Apparently. Naples joined the Ghibellines in the greatest upset of all time. The leader of the Guelphs has decided to swap to the Ghibellines. Our top diplomats and political analysts cannot decipher this move. We have our finest people on the job, and we still cannot quite figure out what just happened. Also, very soon we're going to take our spot back as the leader of the Ghibellines, as we should be. Yeah, I'm going to say I think the Ghibellines are winning this one, guys. They lost the war? Maybe. Well, they do have some fresh truces. It's kind of funny for them to get kicked in the teeth this badly, though. Like, how did you lose a war so badly that you were forced to swap sides? Oh yeah, do we have those no shoots? These new ones? I think we do. So we're gonna go ahead and invade the Ottomans. Are they gonna kill us? Hopefully not. Maybe I should deal with you guys first, actually. Like, maybe I should provoke you. I really don't like provoking rebels, to be honest. Maybe I'll just let them rise up. And then deal with them. It's only like another 8 months. Maybe switching to the Ghibellines happens in almost all of my runs. I think the AI just switches randomly. I don't know. It does seem like they lost a war and had to swap. Just hard to imagine how they would have lost a war that badly. But I'm fine with it, because it does mean that we're getting... Actually, I figured we'd get a lot more progress. We already had 0.11. And having the leader of the Guelphs join us? I figure it would be a lot more than that. I don't know. Pure Pope spite, that could be it. Okay, 2 more months, we'll fight this uprising, and then we'll fight the Ottomans. Maybe I should have built more galleys in the meantime. How many do I have here? 16 galleys. I'll build 3 more of these. For 20 galleys. Okay, pause. Yep, we have a small little republic forming up. Good for them. Raise levies. We do have a new cabinet spot. Or, we should get one. You can do literally anything for now. Then we have this new spot. I'm gonna have you integrate stuff as well. What do you think of the AI diplomatic aspect of the EU5 currently? Rivals, alliances, etc.? I really don't pay too much attention to it, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't pay it much mind. I'm assuming you're talking about, like, the stances now, right? Like, the new things? My opinion on it is just very underdeveloped. Because I haven't been looking at it that much. Like the country personalities and then also their opinion towards you. And you have to build a spy network to reveal their strategic objectives. That's interesting, I don't really know what to do with that information. Because it feels like even though a lot of countries do have a disposition towards you, they don't really act on it that much. Like France is domineering towards me, that's great. Are they gonna try to invade me? It doesn't seem like it. Like, Castile is domineering towards me, but they haven't declared war against me for this little bit of Spain yet, so... I don't know. Same thing with Hungary, they're domineering, but like, what does that really mean? I guess it means that they don't really want to ally me? But also not really? Doesn't seem to affect much else. I don't know. Okay, here we go. Now we have to turn minting down. My only minus in EU5 is that when I try to fight a country like Pavia in my Piedmont camp in around 1350 or so, Pavia hires 20,000 mercenaries versus your levies. In 1350? I think the most mercenaries you can hire is going to be like 3,000, right? And even then it's going to be... Seems like it'd be a lot more money than they would have. I mean, maybe. But yeah, the AI definitely does like to hire mercenaries. Like, where do they get that money? Well, a lot of AI has a lot of money. Well, I guess it depends. But a lot of small AI will sometimes just sit on a bunch of money because they don't really have too much to spend it on. I don't know if there's even a good example of this. Where even is Pevia? Oh yeah, these guys. Yeah, they do actually make a decent bit of money, so I could kind of see that maybe. So where do they get that money? Probably a lot from trade and a lot from the fact that they just have a wealthy city that they sit on. Financial grant, a fifth of our yearly income. Give it up for another fifth of our yearly income. Starting to think being the leader of a circle's maybe not worth it. Constantly have to earn loyalty from everyone else in the circle, and they keep asking me for a lot of money. Why is England called the Kingdom of Anglia? I think it's because they speak Latin or something. I think their court language is Latin. I think that's why. Okay, I think we're pretty much good. Financial grant to Florence. Keep paying everybody so much money. Okay, you know what? Ottomans. How strong are you? That's pretty scary. But if I can keep you from crossing, doesn't matter too much. Even my subject is a bunch of galleys. You know what we're gonna do? I think we're gonna wait for the walls, the Theodosian walls to be done. Why do I have levies on this navy? Ooh. Okay. All right. Actually, can I swap out for a cabinet member? Yep. That would be pretty peak. We'll do that. Yeah, like the Golden Horde want to make me into a subject, and then they're just getting their butts kicked by Georgia. Although it's reasonable for the Golden Horde to not like me. What even is the history here? Did Genoa just decide, yeah, we're gonna take this? Did they buy it? Did they fight for it? I don't know. But you know what I do know? Time to declare war on the Ottomans. In about a month. Oh yeah, does every country hate me because I'm increasing my tax base? No, because my tax base went down. Why? Nobody knows. They bought the cities? Oh, okay. That does seem like a Genoa thing to do. The Ottomans are a little bit scary. Just a little bit. You have the soldiers for these walls, actually? Kind of. Well, it'll do. Alright, yeah, we'll fight this war. But yeah, we don't need you, actually. And we don't need these guys. Yeah, this is gonna get interesting, actually. So we need to get there quick before the Ottomans annoy me a lot. We gotta skedaddle. We have to get going. The very last thing we need is the Ottomans crossing the strait immediately. Hello, Ottomans. It's a very nice fleet you have. Do you mind if I actually just crush that? Is that alright with you? Darn, I guess not. Okay. Oh, there you go. Okay, how about we deliver some food? Also, where are the rest of my men? Why are there wait, hold on. Why are there 1,500 of you? Oh my god, I didn't actually group up with them. That's embarrassing. Because I didn't group up with the navies. Oops. Okay, that's fine. We should be okay. Just have to patrol the area a little bit closer. Did you know that Polish traditional TV wanted to make a scandal because you can play and win as the Soviets in HOI-4? It actually is extremely funny. I think more countries should do that, but with like significantly pettier disputes. Like, I think they should make a scandal out of EU5 in England because you can play as France and win the 100 Years' War. That would really make my day. Like, actually, we need to ban Victoria 3 in Canada because you can play as the United States and take over the whole country. I think that would be reasonable. No, not these ships. I need these ones to live, actually. Don't you dare. Unhand my transports. Also, what are we voting on? Indiscriminate free city rights. Every member can become a free imperial city. Oh yeah, because you had only Germanic free cities, right? Yeah, we should allow some Italian city-states to be free cities. What is this cultural discrimination? The problem with taking Canada and Vic 3 is that it's really easy. Like, all you need to do is wait for Britain to have a revolution and it's free real estate. That's the thing, it really is, like, too easy. I feel like Britain might have too many revolutions in Victoria 3. Actually, my opinion on Britain in Victoria 3 is complicated, because some patches they're super strong and other patches they're super weak. Like, sometimes you'll get a Giga Britain that takes over, like, they'll take Tibet and like all of Indochina and like half of Africa, and then sometimes you'll get a Britain that can't even do the Opium Wars, and then they just fall into a revolution, lose India, and collapse. And it kind of seems to be like one way or the other. Like you never have a regular Britain. You either have like Giga Britain or you have Britain has been dead for the past 40 years. Kind of Britain. Whoa, crossing the strait? That's illegal, you can't do that. Nope, you can't do that. I think all of the countries in Europe should actually lose antagonism for me taking stuff from the Ottomans. I think they should be really happy and grateful that I'm taking this, actually. That's what Russia thought before the Crimean War in 1853. Come on, don't we all want to keep the Ottomans out of Europe? Isn't that everybody's goal? I feel like actually at this point, very few people cared about keeping the Ottomans out of Europe. I think that's going to take at least another 30 years. Come on, Ottomans, don't you want to cross a little bit? With, say, I don't know, suspiciously 30% of your army? And only 30% at once? Do you have any regulars? I don't think so. I'm actually okay with them crossing with that many troops. Like, that's not the end of the world. They're not even gonna cross. What? Oh, maybe they will. I don't like how red this is. Better quality. Is this true? Doesn't really look like it. What about the army? Do we have a better guy for the army? Okay, I guess we should probably get the ruler to command the army for the next little bit. How long will he take to get here? Several days. I don't think we have several days. Oh, this looks really bad, actually. Even with like a really good roll, we are losing significantly more people. Well, yeah, I do want to block them off, but the thing is, I think they're going to win. Like, I don't think we're going to be able to block them off, because they're just going to keep walking through. I might need to hire some mercenaries. Oh, never mind. Come on, Navy. Is the really... Hold on. Are we really this slow? Yeah, you can't leave now. Right? Because you're blocked off. Right? So you shouldn't be able to retreat across. Right? Right? Right, guys? You shouldn't be able to walk across because it is now illegal for you to cross? Unbelievable. How are they allowed to do that? The Ottomans are famously good swimmers. Alright. Man. Really? They can retreat across a blocked strait? Really? I don't like that. Really? Alright, I guess. Your ships didn't want to violate the Geneva Conventions? I think... I don't know what to think, actually. I think if the sailors want to get paid, I think they should just disregard that. Yeah, I don't know if I like that build sound, to be honest. I think if it were like one little tick, one little click each time, then it would be fine. But it's just so many. Okay, Ottomans, can I please have my war goal? Or can I please take stuff? I would really, really like to take stuff. Including this and this. And actually, now that I think about it, I should probably take like everything on the coast here. Problem is, I'd have to actually siege down stuff when the Ottomans have 17,000 troops right there. So that doesn't exactly seem very feasible. Okay, what do you guys want? Elevate country? Sure. Have fun. Can I click my button again? No. Okay. I lost so many troops too, this sucks. I don't really want to hire mercenaries either. But maybe I should. Nope, you can't cross here. Right. Because it is blocked. I control the strait, so you should not be allowed to cross. Right. If they cross, I might actually crash out, because we're standing right here. Like, maybe I'll siege this city and then leave. Don't really want to do more than that, though. Please don't be sitting right here. Please don't be right here. I just need 2 weeks. Oh, of course. Yeah, you would. You would, wouldn't you? You would. Against a handful of transports, you would fight that. Universities, yippee. Okay, please don't show up. Just one little siege. Thank you. Okay, again, I don't really want to hire mercenaries, but I'm starting to think I might have to. Either I'm hiring mercenaries to fight the Ottomans, and even then it's probably not a great idea because I just don't have that many troops. Even if I do hire like 3,000 mercenaries, it's still kind of a lot. Maybe I don't take everything here. Maybe you get to keep your islands. But I do kind of want the rest of this. Why do you say no? Because your war enthusiasm is really high. And the war enthusiasm is high because you have a lot more troops than I do. Even though you are kinda losing the war. Blockade. You can only blockade so much. What can I even blockade? What would that even do? Like, these are blockaded, right? Is that like the debuff here? Coastal location. I assume it's being blockaded right now, which is why it's getting a bunch of problems. Like food multiplier, maritime presence reduction, control, prosperity. Probably because of the blockade. It doesn't really do that much, though. I mean, blockading their capital's huge. This is useful. I do get the feeling that one of my subjects is about to do something incredibly stupid. I just have that feeling, you know? I knew it. I knew it. It's always something. I've developed a sixth sense at this point. I can just tell when a subject is going to do something that's going to jeopardize the entire war. In theory, what could I even ask for right now? This is like nothing. I'm not going to ask for nothing. Maybe we kind of just sit here for a bit. You know what? Yeah, just whatever. Taking something is better than losing? I mean, we're not really gonna lose this war. I'm just trying to see how far I can take this. Like, the thing is, the enemy can't really occupy anything meaningful. And we have the war goal. So we're kind of just gonna sit here until we get max ticking. My subjects are gonna feed a little bit. Although I'd prefer if you didn't. Also, don't we have a new law? Or actually, we only get to pick up that law if I make a university. Yeah, we're gonna build one of those in the capital, and then we get our law to pick up as well. Of course. Merchant sim... Ooh, hold on. No, I can't do anything about that. Shoot. I was gonna say, wait, if I could put them on an island. But I can't. Day one of asking Corbett to play Waldensian. I should play, like a different religion kind of run at some point. Probably. Playing a lot of just, like, Catholic. I don't even think I've played Protestant yet. How do they get there? There is a strait crossing. And my transport ships are just docked here, so... Like, we know that they still have guys here. So I could maybe take a look. To see where they are a little bit. But I mean, even then... They do have a lot. I'm wondering why they're not leaving Chios. I don't know why, but they're starving themselves to death, and I'm kind of okay with that. Unrelated, but quite excited for the Catholic Church CK3 rework. Looks really nice. I'm really excited to pick up CK3 a lot more when they do eventually implement that merchant system. Like the merchants and the trade, and I think they're adding pops and they're reworking the economy. I think that's going to be pretty exciting. Oh, they're not there anymore. Okay, that's terrifying. It's like when you see a spider and then you turn around for 1 second and then it's gone. Okay, can I convince you? No, I can't. I thought I could reduce their war enthusiasm by stepping on their capital. Ottomans making gains. I don't know if I'd exactly describe it like that, but I mean, if it helps you sleep at night. Okay, we should not be here. We need to not be here right now. You would allow me to siege just this little thing. Just this one little location. Just this one little location. Okay, and then we can go back. How are you feeling about who's in the lead now? Still making gains. Fascinating. Okay. If I wrap around and siege this? This greed knows no bounds. Would have been less work if they had done it before doubling the map. It is kind of interesting that this late into the CK3, I'm late in quotations, but like this far into them developing CK3, they're like, I think we would actually like to have a pop system and a full economy. Like, what? It's like a complete 180 from what I expect from CK3. And what's next? Ships? How do I get you to give up? Please. Please, Ottomans, please. I will actually beg for you to just give me what I want. I'm not even asking for much. Please, Ottomans. Please. Please, Ottomans. Ottomans, save me. Please, Ottomans. Actually, wouldn't it be better if I could just get them to try and siege Constantinople, because it'll take them forever? Like, why don't they just say, have at it? Cross the strait, go into Constantinople, I'll just siege Anatolia while you're busy. How does that sound? Because I think that sounds really good to me, actually. Like, go ahead and try to siege Constantinople. Tell me how that goes for you. They're not implementing POPs as far as I know. I really thought they were. Not like a full POP system, but like a population system, right? Let me see though. CK3 Trade Dev Diary. Because they do want to do a thing where they have markets, right? Or like every province is its own market. I think. You have to supply buildings with supplies, with materials. And then they can give you taxes. Interesting. It's going to be a big system. Wiz evil master plan of making Victoria 3 the Paradox game coming to fruition. Little did you know, but actually every Paradox game is confirmed Victoria 3. Ooh, now that's looking a lot better. Now hold on a second, we might be cooking. Look at these fools trying to siege Constantinople. Well, I'm just waltzing through Anatolia. I think one day the ultimate platonic form of a grand strategy game will appear, and it'll just be playing from the very beginning of mankind's existence, all the way through like the Cold War. The convergent evolution theory of Paradox games. Imagine the size of that mission tree. It would be so hard to even imagine what a game like that would be like. Because the thing is, past like the first 30 years of gameplay, not a single country is going to be recognizable. All of history is going to be utterly indistinguishable. First rival, Ugg the Caveman. You club him and your first conquest is a random cave in Anatolia. Real. Let's go. I love paying other countries for them to follow my voting behavior. I have to accept one of these offers, otherwise I'm gonna tank my loyalty. I love paying my Imperial Circle. Let's go. China and Egypt had some good runs when it comes to historic name consistency. True. But then at a certain point, like the political situation, I'm sure will not be able to dynamically create anything even remotely close to the Holy Roman Empire as it was. Like, so many things have to happen to create that political situation. Like, you go back in time to the beginning, you move one chair slightly to the left, and now all of a sudden it's the Holy Carthaginian Empire. Not gonna lie, I'm feeling extremely greedy against the Ottomans right now. An extreme amount of greed lies within my heart. Just getting it to happen in CK3 is a pain if you're not the one leading. CK3 is such a funny one. Because it would be so hard to get any kind of historical accuracy to happen in CK3. Because it's not just like you're getting consistent AI personalities. It's like every character needs to play a specific role. I just want the HRE specifically, I don't care about anything else. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, it would be nice. Wondering how much I should even give to these guys. If only I could just take like one little piece. If only that one war score wasn't a problem, this would be peak. It'd be such a beautiful peace deal. One less island, I guess. Does anybody care if I take this? Byzantium cares. I mean, I know they're your cores, but I don't think you understand the situation as it is. Yeah, it's fine. We're just gonna take this. Problem is actually, how are we going to keep on fighting the Ottomans after this? I don't know. We relied on a lot of luck. I guess we'll find out. So what do we give to our nascent republics? Well, obviously this guy is going to get this area up here. We're going to give you that. Actually, do I want to give you that much? If they become too strong, they won't like me for taking their trade power. Well, I'm sure it's fine. At the very least, I'm gonna give them this stuff here. And then I'm thinking Saruhan is going to get this. And they're gonna get this. Probably that too. And then I feel bad about these guys. So they're gonna get that. Now what to do with this stuff, that is the question. New subject? Or just hand it over? It doesn't really have any urban centers. I don't think. Well, it does have one. I don't like Greek Serbia, can you fix that? Mayhaps. Or do you mean... Wait, Greek Serbia or Serbian Greece? You know what? Yeah, they can have this stuff too. When can you get your naval governor in Constantinople? There are a lot of steps that have to happen before that. We would have to start the annexation of this subject, which simply isn't going to happen because I think they are Greek culture. And since they're Greek culture, they have significantly more tradition than we have influence. So it's not really worth trying to integrate them first, because that's going to take actually 200 years. So, we're not going to worry about that. Can't build them in Smyrna? Why is that? Do you not like me? You do like me. There are already Ligurian Catholic burghers in Smyrna. Okay, I never understood this, and I really don't like it. Like it says, oh, you can't build trade offices here because you already at one point had trade offices here. That's kind of what I'm understanding from this. Like, oh, you have 21 Ligurians here. So, therefore, you can't build trade offices. Why? When I build trade offices in Paris, I understand I already have Ligurians because that's who I'm hiring. I think they did it to prevent pop multiplication, but it doesn't really make any sense because it, like, as soon as you build one trade office, like the thing is, it's a universal rule that's applied, but only to places where you don't already have trade offices. So if I already had a trade office here, I could easily build them. I could build more. But you can't build the first one if you have a primary pop in there. Anyway, we're gonna do education of the people. I think. Probably just the best one to pick up. Also, what are we voting on here? Emperor dynastic preference allows them to vote for themselves? Absolutely not. I don't know, extraterritorial buildings are weird. They are weird, I do like them, I just wish... I think everybody just wants them to be better, you know? I think the addition of having extraterritorial buildings, or, you know, foreign buildings, is a really good one. It just, you know, it's a little rough around the edges in ways that just make you exhale loudly and then continue on with your life. It's especially bad if you have colonial revolts. Don't even get me started with how bad that is. Actually, do get me started, because I want to rant about it. So if you have a colonial revolt, like, let's say that you have, like a bunch of trade buildings. You know the Aztec video I made, right? Infinite colonial revolts? Well, it turns out, once you have those colonial revolts, if your foreign buildings are destroyed in those revolts, then now you have primary pops. Now you have primary pops in those areas, and because of that, you can't build more of them. Because now they're foreign owned and like your buildings are gone, but you have primary pops. Or like you try to convert your colonies into your culture. Or like I guess they automatically do that. And so now you can't build trade offices. But trade offices are super useful for making sure that your colonial trade you know, actually exists, because you need to get stuff to and from the colonies with trade. So it's really nice if you can have trade offices, but now you're blocked because you just had revolts, and that's too bad. So at some point they just gave up on building trade offices in my colonies. But if they fix that, if they change that, then I might be fine with it. Like the way that the system works now. The one thing I haven't really interacted with much is like the actual trade companies. I don't really even know how those work, I just hear that they don't. Like they don't really work. I'm doing a lot of plotting right now. I think I know exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna build the spy network. Get a CB on this guy. Go to war. It drags Milan in. Destroy Milan. Break all of their alliances, including the one with Lucca. Invade Lucca. Burn down Venice. Not because we have to, but because it would be funny. And then we get to take this city, which is super useful. And we get to isolate Milan diplomatically. And we get to burn Venice down. The most important part. Okay, we might want more universities too. Only 279, that's a bargain. It's actually not a bargain. Well, it sort of is, but the market price impact from all of these goods is still pretty high. But anyway, that's because masonry is just really expensive. Can never get enough masonry. You know what I might do though? I might just wait a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for Parliament. Gonna wait for the money. And we'll figure this out. Rural glassmaker. Is that a new building? I don't think I've seen that one before. Anyway, I'm just going to flood this area with masonry, because it does get a benefit from having this stone right here. It is new. Wonder if it's concerning that I play enough EU5 where a new building gets added and I actually notice that it's a new building. I don't know if this is something to be proud of. It's not. At least I'm not proud of it. You know, funny thing is, even after all this time that I've had to play EU5, I think I still only have like 1,100 hours in it. Still, he says. I feel as though I have not been playing that much of it recently. So hello commoners. Could you please give me 20 stability? I think that would be really nice of you to give me 20 stability. Thank you. In particular, I'd like to go to the burghers, and I would like to take away one of their privileges. I'm just not too sure which privilege to revoke yet, because the maximum RGO size in towns and cities reduction is kind of crippling, like that's really bad. It is reducing the maximum RGO in our capital by... That's actually not very much. 1 or 2. Okay, still. How do you have so much power? Is it just wealth? Is it the number of burghers? Oh, right, yeah, subjects would count. And the burghers I have in other places. It's not just my country, it's the buildings that I own as well. Only 1,100. Well, it's 1,100 over the past, like, year. It's not 1,100 since November. It's only been, like, 600 since November. $121 stability. Man, that's so crippling. Gotta be a way to make this easier. I'm certainly not making myself or doing myself any favors by conquering far outside of my territory, like in Greece and in the Balkans, because that is contributing to the reduction in my crown power. That's pretty bad. Maybe I get rid of their ability to produce guild halls. Because that gives them a lot of local burger power where they're built. And it also just gives them 50%. This is actually going to be crippling. Extremely painful to get rid of this. But every now and then, you just have to bite the bullet. And you have to spend on stability. And then I can, yeah, I can kind of make them happy, but the thing is, I'm still going to be using this for SCB, so... yeah. In fact, so many things have to happen before I use this parliament. Although, maybe I should just... I mean, how long do these CBs last? Because I need to basically finish the spy network, get my CB, declare war, fight Milan, win, disband their alliances, and then fight you. And I need the CB to last until then. So that could be quite a while. Oh, you're a subject of Verona. I never even noticed. Seems like nobody's trying to revolt yet, which is good. Kinda thought they would, actually. Okay, after that, what do we want? Things to improve crown power. That's a big one for us. We can pick these up whenever. Ooh, higher mercenary premium cost? I think I actually will take this. Tuning in to tell you I hate you for that title? What? Why does everyone hate the title today? I worked so hard coming up with a catchy, you know, an eye-catching kind of title that'll bring people into the stream. And everyone's hating on it for some reason. I can't figure out why. Okay, I think I also want army morale and peasant levies. Is the beta version you're playing 1.3.4? Yeah, I'm always in the newest one. I also need to drink more water because it's been 4 hours and I haven't had any this stream. On today's Corbett stream, Corbett passes out from dehydration. God, even the water is warm. That sucks. I'm a feeble creature. I need my AC back online as soon as possible. Alright, another Reform Circle coinage. We love that. Now I can actually make money. Speaking of money, yep, gotta pay somebody money every couple of years. Otherwise, everybody hates me. Okay, once this mercenary tech is done, is I think right around when it'll be time for us to actually go to war with Milan. It'll be perfect timing. Cheaper mercenaries and invading Milan. Excellent. Surely we're not over-relying on mercenaries that aren't actually loyal to the state as a trading empire. Surely that won't cause any problems. Probably. Surely. It's 10:15 p.m. for you and it's 30 degrees outside? That's actually insanity. I think if I stepped outside and it was dark out and it was still 30 degrees, I think I would just have to be evacuated from the planet. How did the Ottoman War go? I went alright. Honestly, wish I could have taken more. We are working miracles in Constantinople. Although I'm in second place with my trade advantage. Now hold on a minute, we can't have that. It's just because my other trade republic here is working off an event, so that's fine. Oh yeah, this guy. Yeah, you can do that, I guess. It's actually a huge buff. That's kind of crazy. Boy, I sure hope some Swedes don't turn my Stellaris game into a hyper-realistic depiction of what logistics would be like in space. Surely we will not get the grand strategyification of Stellaris when they make Stellaris 2. Imagine Stellaris, but you actually need to have logistics ships bringing enough food to occupied planets so that you don't violate the Geneva Convention. Oops, supposed war criminal after, quote, failing to bring food to an occupied planet. There's this one part of Legend of the Galactic Heroes where, like, this basically happens. Or it's like, not to start Legend of the Galactic Heroes posting, but, like, there's this one part where, without getting into spoilers too much, one side is like, they're, like, trying to occupy this planet, but it's like, guys, we're gonna have to leave. We literally don't have enough food to continue feeding this occupied planet. And, like, they just had no strategy for actually, like, they captured it and they're just like, oh, wait a minute, did anybody remember to bring food with us? Does anybody have enough food to feed this planet? Oops. We actually managed to capture this planet and didn't have a plan for logistics to bring food? I guess we'll just have to leave. Most competent alliance leadership. I do like how, like, as a show, it does attempt to kind of show what would happen in a realistic way. It's like, oh yeah, you can't just, like, start taking over planets like there are people on those. You have to feed them. I love discussing logistics in my space operas. Limited electors. Number of prince electors is limited to 7. I mean, realistically, are we going to get more than 7? I kind of don't care. Like, what if I just say no? Okay, I think we have enough for mercenaries. Probably. We should probably also actually accept these guys. Okay, I'm thinking fairly soon, maybe we should actually use this. How much longer is that going to take? 15 months for that CB? That's a rough one, because these Parliament ones only last like 3 years, don't they? It's a little bit rough. Oh yeah, how is this doing? 67%. It's not too bad. Don't like how Naples is the leader, though. That's pretty cringe. Don't like that. I feel like I should also be urbanizing more, maybe. Like, this still has a while to go, so maybe I make another town. Or, at the very least, more marketplaces. Which we're pretty much just gonna need towns for. Okay, so we're gonna turn this into a town, because the fish... it's just okay. And what do you have? Okay, I don't really like Fortress Town here, to be honest. Oh, I really don't like how it costs 10 stability. I would very much like urban rights to be reworked with their costs at some point. But maybe I should actually say something to them rather than just complaining on stream, because then nothing will happen. But I do wish that that would be changed. Expanding RGOs might be more profitable. The thing is, like, trade seems to be my most profitable thing. And, like, it's not even close, either. We are so invested into trade that I feel like every marketplace we create, it has to be, like, at least the same value as any other building or RGO. And they're also super cheap. Like, the thing is, RGOs, sure, they might make more money, but it's also, like, 71.5 for the cheapest one. I think it's the cheapest one, because it has a market price of 1, right? The default one. And then you look at these marketplaces, and they cost, like, 20. Or, like, 37. Maintenance is a killer, but it's like, it's not even that bad. Until the world stops trading, I think we just keep on throwing on more trade income. We're making so much money. We are making like Egypt levels of money. You know what? I actually completely forgot to give these guys the order to do this. My bad. And I could get more ships. But I kind of get very little out of actually building up maritime presence. Because the stuff in Sardinia isn't even worth that much. Like, there's no silver, there's no gold. It would be nice to have these, but it's not like super important. Yeah, there is silver in Sardinia. That is true. I don't own it, but it does exist. Screw it, why don't I just go to war with Aragon and take their stuff? Then I'll come back and I'll do the whole Lucca thing in like 5 years. Like, what am I doing actually? Like, Aragon basically doesn't exist anymore. I can just take all of their islands. Have you had much success improving with the Mamluks? Not really. Honestly, I don't even know if I've really been improving with them. Kind of, a little bit. Minus 130, it's actually not worth it, never mind. Because it would have to be positive 100 to let me build extra buildings in there. I actually don't even know how I have the one trade office. I think it might just be from game start. would be nice to pass this, actually. We'll see if I can pick this up, maybe. Okay, this shouldn't be too difficult. And then, yes, we can do our war against these guys over here, and then we can do another war against Lucca. Assuming the HRE does not hate me after this war. Because if everybody hates me after this war, then we'll see. In terms of values, what can we even push towards? Communalism isn't actually that bad. I would like more communalism. It is kind of neat that we get like the whole disposition shift or the attitude shift. Like it tells you like, oh, these countries now are a little more alarmed by your power. I like that it tells you that. I just don't really know if it affects too much. Like Provence is alarmed, okay. So what does that actually mean in this case? Why do they feel this way? Because our economy is goated. Our population is larger, our military is not actually that strong. So they don't really like us that much. Same thing with France. So is this AI gonna try and make more defensive pacts with other countries? Are they gonna try and get along with this country to the north? Will they end rivalries? Like, are they going to do anything about their disposition, or is it just the equivalent of like a strongly worded letter? You can get enough relations with the Mamluks, but it's not a fun process. I mean, probably not. They hate us just for existing, just for being Catholic. It's probably doable. I mean, if I send them enough gifts and I improve opinion enough and I I don't know what else to do. Do a bunch of things to make them happy. Sell them stuff. Okay, I would like to pick this up. I'll let a few more days pass just to see if I can get another 5%. Okay, we'll go ahead and focus on land a little bit. It's not a huge deal. It's not great, but it's okay. Except it does make the burgers really upset, actually, but oh well. You can give them military access and food access. That is really funny as a bank. Like, don't worry, you are in fact allowed to set foot in the banks that we will be building in Egypt. Don't worry. We will let you in. You know what? I feel like this town would actually be a pretty decent fortress town, only because it is in the mountains. It has no harbor capacity to speak of whatsoever. Little fortress town with one fort up there. Wouldn't be a terrible idea. It just feels a little bit redundant because we do have Genoa right next to it. And obviously we're not taking the fort off of Genoa. Or Zena. Second war. Oh god, please tell me I'm not fighting the Ottomans. If this escalates, I might actually alt F4. Please don't. It's just 14 people. I don't even know how they rose up. Usually if it's small enough, they just can't. Did that... Hold on. Did you just say Venice views us in a friendly light? Not to be over dramatic, but my plans for Venice include something very similar to what they did to Constantinople. Not to be too dramatic, but by the end of the century, I was kinda hoping that Venice would be a pile of wood at the bottom of a lake. Or at the bottom of this basin. To say I am preying on Venice's downfall is an understatement regarding the level of faith I have dedicated towards the utter removal of the city from the map. Noticed if a large country can rival you and then gets enough time, they usually interfere now? Really? What? Why are you telling me about this? I don't even know where Malacca is. Who? What is this Malacca you speak of? Never heard of it. What is a Malacca? I guess you heard it from merchants? I don't know, I mean, my merchants, let's see how far they're trading. They might have heard about it somehow, maybe. I mean, my merchants do trade in Egypt, so maybe the Egyptian merchants are trading along the Red Sea, and maybe they heard from another guy over here, which heard from another guy over here, and they heard from a guy down here. So, maybe. We have no food. You should be giving away food, I think. You should be distributing food. I would really like it if Aragon would actually just give up so that I don't have to siege this. Yep, that's gonna be starvation. Oops. My bad. Unless, can we get there for them to not starve? We are here. Get your food. Let's go. Do you think it's a little bit funny that over the course of a month, an army is going to lose a whole bunch of food? But don't worry, because as long as food is delivered by the end of the month, they're actually fine. Like, whew, we've been starving for 3 weeks. Haven't had anything to eat. We were considering, actually, eating Jerry over there, but... You know, we thought we'd wait until the first calendar day of the month. You know, you're not really hungry if it's not the first of the month. Actually, would you just give up, please? No, not yet. Okay. Ooh, okay. The Bank of St. George. Commerce and trade in the Mediterranean has its benefits, but it can also cause some strain in our country's finances. To alleviate that, a new bank will be founded, using Palazzo San Giorgio as its new headquarters. Oh, we can also play as them, okay. Okay, we get a state bank. And how do these work? We have our credit. Is the state bank just another actual country? Like it's just a regular bank? Yes. Okay, so St. George is a state bank. It's a state bank of Genoa. Cannot be annexed. They can build, They can't really build anything. I actually don't know what they do. Are there interactions with the Bank of St. George? Can I take a loan from my state bank? Keep forgetting to enforce religion too. Oh, they're not gonna like me though. Yeah, and you know what? I don't care that much. I'm not here to crusade. I'm here to make money. That's fine. So presumably when I borrow... Borrow from the estates. How do I borrow from my bank? I can issue government bonds. And a bond is basically a loan. But we put out the bond and then people buy the bond. Which is like a more like a crowd-funded loan, I guess. You can also offer loans. Nobody wants my loans, that's fair. I think they reduce interest rates for your loans, is that it? I mean, we do also have a bank in the capital. What does that do? That's not it. Probably in here. Three banks in here, actually. They're stealing my tax base. Well, anyway. Government bonds are just bigger loans that can't be bought by others, so you don't lose crown power by having them. Ooh. It's a pretty important part of that. Don't lose crown power. That's pretty useful. I have miscalculated. These guys will starve. My bad. Had a 1% interest rate at one point in a UK game, so I took out 100,000 as loans, as one does, to give the economy a little stimulus check, sure. Just to realize I suddenly had minus 60% crown power. And what have we learned? Only take out loans from your state bank. Okay, rather than just hoarding money, I should probably do something else too. Let's go. Okay, we did take that. It took a long time. Right, yeah, you can have that, that's cool. And then, allegedly, we can swap someone out for a crown member. We do like more crown members. Oh boy, I do love nepotism. I love the way nepotism reinforces the legitimacy and strength to rule of the government and the crown. Alright, Aragon, we're gonna take all of that. A little bit of money. Rest of Sardinia. The Baleares. Yeah, that works for me. Okay, so what do we do with this? We could give Arborea the rest of southern Sardinia, which might be best because our ability to project proximity there is pretty low. At least for now. While I might keep the northern half. Okay, we'll release these guys as a subject, of course. Hello, there we go. And then congrats, you guys get to double the size of your country. Oh, also, I think they did actually change the move subject capital thing. Because now if I want to move this guy, it's only 5 whole ducats and 20 stability. I'm really hoping that's not my 20 stability, but I have a feeling it might be, which is still a lot to move a subject's capital. It's like, imagine you have this little colony in the Caribbean, and you want to move the capital, but then back home, like you move the capital, and now there's just pitchforks in the streets back home. All the peasantry like, no, we needed the capital to be in this island, not that one. We need the subject capital to be right there. And if you change it, we will all revolt. But it is a step in the right direction. Oh man, why do you like me? Because I gave you a bunch of Imperial grants. That is really awkward. Because I am still going to invade them. It'll just be really mean of me. Wait, didn't I just send you an insult? Why is your opinion now 200? Thought it was lower than that. Well, shoot. The hidden kink shaming buff. Man. Well, I guess that's gonna be 20 stability down the hole, because I am going to invade them. I need to break up Milan's alliances. It's just too important. What am I researching right now? That's fine, I guess. Ooh, how does Europe feel about this? Not too happy. Understandable. Should consult Malak on how they feel about this? True. Any input? Doesn't seem like it. They didn't really have much to say. Hold on, I can hire mercenaries before I go into a war, right? I was just thinking, like, wait a minute, I don't have that many troops. How am I going to fight Milan while I wait for my mercenaries to be raised? And then I realized I actually don't have to worry about that. Yeah, I think we're gonna get a whole bunch of people from Bavaria. We're gonna hire them to fight for us. It's probably going to be fine. Probably enough to beat Milan, I'm hoping. I guess we'll find out. It's a little bit scary though, isn't it? I think they really did reduce the availability of all these mercs. I think they really did. Might hire these guys from Normandy, maybe. Shoot. Okay, maybe not. Can hire people from Lower Egypt, but not from Normandy. That is pretty funny. $41,000 troops? Yeah, we'll hire these guys. Just to be sure. Because I'm pretty sure you can go to war when you have mercs raised, but I don't actually remember because I don't use them. Alright, yeah, we'll take this guy. We can go to war with standing armies raised, why not mercs? Paradox games work in mysterious ways. Why indeed? But it could be the case. Ooh, what market are you in? You're in the Xena market? How on earth? Don't. Just don't be in that market. This is dumb. I want you to be in the Barcelona market. Do not be in my market. I want trade offices, okay, and I want them to not be built in my own market. Florence invites us to the Guelphs. Funniest possible thing they could have done. They hate to see the Ghibellines winning. Okay, time to drop a tactical nuke on my own stability once again. As we go to war to dismantle the Milanese alliance network. Including Bohemia and Verona. Yeah, and there's just nothing I can do to decrease their opinion. They like me too much. Something something steak juicy, lobster buttery, etc. Come on, can I catch this army? I don't think so. Shoot. Uh-oh. Enforced Landfriede. Uh-oh. Oh, I hate you. I hate you, Bohemia. Oh, I do not like you very much. Maybe being a Gelf isn't so bad. Why I oughta... I don't know if I can do anything right now. Dude, that sucks. I didn't even know this was a mechanic in the game. And of course, Milan is sitting in first place to be the next emperor. Well, I'll show them what's up. Beautiful. Crush the Milanese army. We love that. Oh no, they're gonna crush my army. We don't love that. Run away! Flee! Okay, I need to bribe these troops, actually. 1,000 extra mercenaries for 366. That is quite the number, actually. Quite expensive. Dude, I love the instant minus 21 from 3 battles. I mean, I won 1 battle. I don't know what the other 2 were. What were these battles? Okay, so that's the one we just fought. Winner's Genoa. What was this? Winner Genoa. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. My subject lost this battle for a whopping 25 whole war score. 25. But then I win a battle. I win a battle and it's like 7. And then guess what? Pavia builds another troop here. 125 men, and they're gonna get stack wiped. And that's gonna be another minus 25. And now the whole Holy Roman Empire is trying to square up with me. Oh man, I don't even get to keep their army. Did get their money though. Okay, what culture is this? Lombard. We should probably be nice to the Lombards. But even accept it as a culture. Oh yeah, I'm gonna pay for these guys, right? Whenever you pay for them, they retreat. Maybe I'll siege Milan itself. What is happening? I don't even know. Did they rebalance levies versus regulars again? Don't you win it with those regulars? I think it was a morale problem. I am so cooked. I don't know where the Bohemian troops are, but presumably they are going to pop up. Unless we can get winter in the Alps. You can do funny stack wipes with winter in the Alps. I don't even know if we'll be able to reach anywhere near this side of the Alps. Assuming Bohemia actually cares enough to move their army. Which they probably do. I'm too afraid to speed up time. I don't know when they're gonna show up. Oh, come on. Why is everybody joining this war? Why? Why do you hate me? Okay, real question though, why? Like, how does that even work? Like, actually though, how are you in this war? You're in this war because you're my rival. No. Okay. You're in this war because you're allied to Malaspina. Let's see. No. You're in this war because you're allied to the Emperor. No. Allied to Milan. No. Okay, you're in this war because I'm really grasping at straws here. I actually don't know how. My relationship with them? I mean, we're not rivals. They're not allied to anybody. The Emperor can just request people to join in. I think we should all overthrow the Emperor. I'm gonna vote no just because of the Emperor's policies. Screw him. And everybody's asking me for money. Of course. Okay, I actually don't think I can siege this fort fast enough for it to matter. So what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna siege this, and then we're gonna siege this, and then we're gonna siege this, and try to get Milan out. Fortunately, it's now winter, so that's good. Ooh, you wanna join the Guelphs? Ooh. The Emperor single-handedly making me consider joining the Guelphs. Like, actually, maybe Imperial authority is stifling. Maybe they had a point the entire time. I think I've made a mistake. I may have slightly miscalculated. Just let me kill him. Just let me kill him. Just let me kill him. Okay, you don't have to get involved. Just let me kill him. Okay. Oh, this is rough. Oh my god, man. This is not a good time. I'm not having a good time. That was a really nice stack wipe, though. Really happy about that. It actually was a plus 25 nuke. Whew. Yep. Yup. Yep. This is, this is not good. The war is not necessarily developing in Genoa's favor. You wouldn't hit a guy with glasses, would you? Ooh, they might. They might. You wouldn't hit a guy with glasses, would you? I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Did that say friendly? Let's go. Okay, maybe we can be friends with England. Okay, Milan would leave, but like the whole reason I'm here is to dismantle their alliances. No more alliance with Bohemia. No more alliance with Verona. That's what I want. I'm probably not going to get that. Like, at best, I might be able to take Malaspina. Worst case scenario, I white peace. Okay. Little stack wipe there. You can't tell, but I'm sweating so much right now. Half of it is the heat in my office, the other half is this war. Ooh, I don't want to be there. I don't want to be there. Oh god. Oh no. Do they have better quality than we do? Probably have better troops than we do. Oh, because I fell behind in Miltech like an idiot. I've been Navy maxing too much. I didn't think, in my defense, I didn't think I was going to be fighting the HRE today. Really didn't expect that one. Hold up. Wait a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we might be in business. Come on, give me another stack wipe, please. Oof, that feels good. Another 25 nuke on the board. Absolutely devastating. Another one. Do I cut my losses? Where do I need to be right now? I need to be in a hill, or a forest, or a mountain with a forest. Can't go there. That's not a terrible place to be, I guess. Because I actually don't really want to fight these guys. I think I'll win. The problem is that these guys will catch up and annihilate me. Shoot, man. Ah, and the thing is, I can't even actually peace out. I can't even peace out with Milan, because guess what? We can't do that until May. Another 4 months. What if I do a little... There we go. That's maybe kind of what I'm thinking. This might... Ooh, maybe not. Maybe that was a really bad idea. Oh, man, I really thought maybe I could get away with like having a little skirmish here. And then I could leave fast enough. I was like, okay, I'm gonna get myself started to move here. When do you guys get there? The 15th and the 18th. That's brutal. Because, okay, yeah, so my plan has a chance of still working, but it is slim. I kind of don't think it's going to work. When I say the chances are slim, what I mean is that I am hovering over the peace out button. Forced retreat. I don't think we have a... I mean, I can still take some things, right? It's just not what I wanted. We cannot peace out Bohemia. We can't peace out with anybody. If I were to take any peace deal, it'd probably be this. Were you not greedy? I am greedy. Extremely. And it has proven to be my downfall. Out of curiosity, I'm gonna see, just the test, like, am I actually just 7 IQ, brain dead, need to go back to elementary school? Like, am I actually that dumb, or does my strategy have at least a chance of working? Like, was there ever a real chance? Kind of? I mean, yeah, it sort of did what I wanted it to, okay. Alright, so maybe I wasn't the dumbest person out there. It did kinda do what I expected, in like, the way that I wanted it to. Then full retreat is even better here. I think peace out is probably better here. I think maybe it's time to call that one. Like, there's nothing more we can do here. We managed to fight every army. We just have to retreat from these guys. Well, hold on. Which are the ones that are going to die here? Because, like, low-key, we actually get out on the 17th. Yeah, wait a second. Wait a minute. I'm addicted to saving. I'm gonna do it again. But I have an idea. Yeah, wait a minute. Hold on a second. It turns out the entire time that my strategy was immaculate. It was perfect. We fight the one battle, and we get away before Bohemia arrives. I was actually correct the whole time. I just doubted myself. I doubted myself because chat doubts me. I need stronger supporters in chat. Support the war effort. I just think you should be fighting like a weasel. Aren't I? Am I not Weasley enough? Do I need to rename myself to Ronald? Of course, more countries join the war. Huge. Why is your republic superb? Because if you look at the casualty difference here, you'll see that it's about almost 10 times. Or actually, it's way more than that. It's like 15 times the casualty ratio. That's why it's superb. Or it's like asking, why is the Pope Catholic? He simply is. Thank you, Ottomans. Very cool. These mercenaries might be cooked, though. Maybe not. Maybe I can make it far enough into May. What if... And hear me out. What if we actually enforce all of our original war goals? And we get exactly what we wanted? Yes, my toad, you should do exactly that. You're a genius. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think chat should unquestioningly follow everything I say. And if I fail, I get to blame chat. Because no one told me I was wrong. Which means, of course, that every time I succeed, it's completely my own success. But every time I fail, it is absolutely chat's fault. Retreat! Oh, we're fine, actually. I just have to wait until May. Okay, maybe I need to do more than that, but... at the very least. I need to find another mountain to stand on. Another mountain to Staunton. If you exhaust their morale, I think you'd win. Probably. I can play some games with them. Oh, what are you gonna do? You gonna retreat before the Alps freeze over for the winter? Yeah, you're gonna retreat? You gonna run back home? I would love it if someone else started a war with Bohemia right now. That'd be really cool, actually. Should I scorch earth some of Milan's territory to kill their food supply? Oh, I don't know if I can do that. Should I scorch earth anything? I can only scorch stuff that I own, I think. My army needs to not have any prisoners, really. Yeah, how do I detach prisoners? Detach everything except for prisoners, okay. But then, yeah, in theory we could actually take this and then burn it. Oh no. Let me siege this, please. I don't like where I'm standing. I think it's a bad place to stand. This is not as bad of a place to stand. Please do not fight me here. I don't want to fight you. Oh god. Okay, let's think about this. Let's think about this. We have a really good ruler, really good leader, standing in hills, forest, -6 frontage, +2 attacker penalty. We have professional troops. They don't have any. They have more troops, but ours are professional. I feel like we could probably stand here and maybe win. It's a really big maybe. Oh, never mind. Can I bait you? Maybe I don't want to bait you. Well, maybe I do a little bit. Ooh, I'm standing right next to you. You want to fight me so bad. You want to fight me so bad, I'm sure. After you're done sieging this. Ooh, you want to fight me so bad. Is there a better place? Yeah, this. This is -3 for attackers. -3 for attackers, -7 possible frontage. Ooh, you want to fight me so bad. What? Thought that would work. Bait them into the same Milanese location, otherwise they can't see you. Well, the AI can always see you. In a sense. Come on, don't you want to fight me? Oh, they do want to fight me. Definitely not the finest place for a battle setting up here, but it is still going to be -5 frontage, +2 attacker penalty, and maybe 1 from the river crossing. Because presumably this river into here is going to count as a crossing. So it should still be -3 for attackers. I'm going to save though. Come on, don't you want to fight me? Ooh, I don't know if I want to fight them. Suddenly they're quite scary, I can't lie. And yet my hubris, it's flaring up again. I can't fight it, I have to check. I have to see if I could win anyway. Try stacking your flanking units on one side. I don't know if I'm comfortable enough to figure out how exactly I'm supposed to deal with actual army formation on the fly. It's probably fine. Probably. Although I am sweating a little bit. Okay. I don't really like those numbers so far. Ooh, some of them are bad. Some of them are okay. Our center's gonna get crushed, I think. It looks really, really bad. Unless... Wow, that was Pyrrhic. That was really bad. I mean, we take that, I guess. Your right flank and most of the cavalry? That makes sense. Yeah, because if we can break through one of their flanks, then we're not doing too badly. Except we have another problem over here, and we just can't solve this one, so... Ultimately, I think this might have affected nothing. I don't think we got any war score out of that. I don't think it changed anyone's opinion about this war. I think we received nothing from this. But we do have some good news. We can get Austria out of this war. That is some good news. We can get Bohemia out of the war. Well, I guess we'll have to do that then. Wouldn't it be really funny if I actually didn't have to do any of that? Wouldn't it be super funny if I could have just pieced out? I'm gonna try to not think about that. Okay, now, the thing is, I still need to do things to Milan. Still need to break their alliances. Okay, and then hopefully if I step on the capital, then they'll retreat. I might as well peace out with everybody else. Actually, no. I want a longer truce with those guys. Alright, Milan, please break your alliances. Thank you. You gave me these three too, just because I don't like you very much. That's kind of it. Actually, how expensive is this? That's not too bad. But take this, though. Well, it's not that bad. Alright, Milan. There's alliances, some money, some provinces. Verona and Bohemia, so that I can attack Lucca. Sure. Take more? No. Because I'm going to take stuff from Lucca soon. So I'm already pre-planning that antagonism. Although a lot of this antagonism is like -40. No, I mean, I'm sure taking Lucca is gonna be more than enough antagonism. It is its own city. I mean, maybe I'll take this. Maybe I'll take a little bit. No, it's fine, I won't. Yeah, that did make everyone kind of upset. Beautiful. Wow, that was a horrifying war to fight. That was actually kind of soul-crushing for a minute. But then we managed to pull through anyway, so... Can't be too upset, I guess. Moral of the story, immense greed can defeat even the Emperor of Christendom. I need to be able to make a custom faith in EU5 so I can create the greed religion. That's pretty much every time I play this game. Also, welcome, Crimean Horde. Rest in peace, the Great Horde. You will not be missed. I think we should take more of Crimea. 0 troops, you say? Now, isn't that one fascinating? 0 troops. If only I had a way to fight you. Okay, so that was definitely something. I think we might end up calling it there for today. It's been multiple hours. Yeah, I have to go in the next like 10 minutes anyway, so this is probably a good place to stop. After such a glorious victory, we'll be expecting a grand parade in the capital. Funny thing is, any parade is just going to be like a couple of mercenaries. And not even for long either, they're going to be gone pretty soon. But hey, I think that has cemented me as the leader of the Ghibellines. At some point soon. Maybe not. Also, that's a lot of inflation because I forgot to turn that down. Could be worse. Literally, money won the war. That is true. I hired so many mercenaries from the enemy that we just managed to win. How am I getting minus 1% on integrating Galura? Oh, because the cultural influence isn't that different. Okay, that makes sense. Wait, does that make sense? Oh, it's the effective skill. Do you actually just suck at your job that much? No, that's a different guy. Is the 1% the minus 1% state satisfaction equilibrium? Is that it? Okay. Okay, alright. UI wizardry, sure. Anyway, tax base went up, right? No? Okay, well, it is what it is. We are going to call it there for today. We did get a solid like 6 hours of gameplay in here. By the way, not even 1400. That is the Corbett Classic. Getting so caught up in the minutiae of different wars and weird things that you actually forget to play the game. We are not even 1/5 done the game, and this is the 3rd stream. Chat, I don't think we're ever finishing this campaign. You know what, actually? It's kind of like an aside, but actually unrelated to EU5. Kind of. But at some point, what I should do is just... I should have... I'm gonna regret saying this. Another streamathon, okay, but hold your horses. Not like the last one, because the last one was actually torture and it was full of bad ideas. That was like a really, really bad idea. Because it was capped in theory, but it didn't really have an objective. And also the idea of like the rewards was a really bad one. But the one that I should do is one where I just decide I'm gonna pick a run and I'm just gonna play it. I'm just gonna play something for like 12 hours a day until I'm done. I wake up in the morning and I play that run and I continue until it's done. Like a week of just a wake up, stream 12 straight hours of an EU5 campaign, and I do that for like 9 straight days until it is complete. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be like a Paradox game. but just something that has like a beginning and an end, and I can just sit down and grind it out over the course of like a week or something. That sounds miserable, I'll be real. Yeah, it's probably gonna be. That's a fair point. It's probably gonna be miserable. Like, if I pick CK3, that's gonna be torturous. That's gonna be like 700 years of torture. It could be worse, though. I could decide to pick up and play an entire campaign of Terra Invicta. And that game is like a full-time job. It's like actually a 100-hour playthrough kind of game. But anyway, I'll think about that a little bit. For now, I'm gonna go, because I do have to do a few things pretty soon. And then tomorrow, what am I doing tomorrow? I might actually also stream tomorrow, but that kind of depends. Maybe. Because I don't know when this is actually coming out of beta. I assume tomorrow is going to be another beta. If it's coming out of beta tomorrow, then I'm probably going to be recording something. And if it doesn't come out of beta, then I might continue this campaign, or I might just play Sangji, because I haven't finished that yet. But anyway, I think that's everything we have for now. There will be a video on Wednesday, so look forward to that. It is a long one, I can't lie. Hopefully people like it. We'll find out, I guess. But for now, have a wonderful rest of your evening. I will see you maybe tomorrow. If not, then whenever I do. But for now, I hope you have a fantastic day. Of course, we are going to do a little check to see if there's somebody we can raid. I just forgot about that until last second. It is kind of late, so it's not often that we do see people available to redirect towards. But it does sometimes happen. Sometimes. I think for today, though... I think for today, we're just gonna call it there. And then I'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. But for now, yeah. Have a good night. And bye, bit.